I likely read it, yes. But there was at the point of February 12th of 2020, there were other investigations I was working on as well.
So did you disregard the information in that during your investigation?
I'm going to object, and I think we may need to sidebar again.
Yeah, let's sidebar.
Let's do this for a second. That'll be easier to work with. Trying to decide what to. Let's hear. Might as well, real quick. I guess. Sorry, I'm getting my studio stuff going. It should be good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Back on. On that.
Tesla for a second. What happened with the Tesla window? I know it fell out of the car and was sitting on the driveway. So where did it go from there?
This is the analyst guy.
The Tesla, the glass from the window that fell out of the Tesla itself was discarded.
Was what?
Thrown away. It was discarded.
Oh, it was thrown away.
Yes.
And
She's like, is that typical procedure?
I don't recall. I believe after we were concluding our time at the scene, we had our photographs of it, was turned over to the resident. And that
Oh, hi, Nikki.
To
Oh, yes. No, it's all right.
and it wasn't
No worries.
for any reason?
We're here for right now. Eventually we'll be on Twitch, but right now we're just doing YouTube while we watch this trial because I haven't got anything else to do today. So you're good. Chop away.
glass that was there.
We'll be here.
That were taken seemed sufficient at the time.
And I'll be live on Twitch at 4.
Thrown away.
Was there a hole?
like
in
two-
it at all? Like a bullet hole?
Less than 3 hours. So do your thing. Go shopping.
Outside of
We're just big chilling right now.
been presented that would indicate where an impact point may have been, so kind of the curvature towards the top of the glass. Outside of that, no, there was no other damage that would match about a bullet hole.
Okay. And you didn't carefully put on 2 pairs of gloves and take it to the evidence room at the Gilbert Police Department. Is that correct?
Take the glass?
Correct.
That's correct.
And what about the Tesla? So what happened to the Tesla that day?
After we processed the Tesla at the scene, we transported it over to the Gilbert Police Department to further inspect indoors. Essentially, it was just one more act that we could take to better review what we had already investigated for the hours that we were outside.
And was it like towed? Do you tow it over?
No, it was, although unorthodox, it was transported by myself and followed by Detective McDermott to the property and evidence building where we had a technician standing by. Once arrival to the garage at that facility, we further looked into the bullet hole, and we weren't there very long. It was, again, another last review of the damage.
So you drove it over, is that correct?
That is correct.
It does seem unorthodox, but not like
Yes, we photographed the vehicle.
completely unheard of.
Once at the police department, we have the
Not a common practice, I would imagine.
once at the police department.
You
We
know?
had no intention of impounding it at that time.
And
So I would imagine, at least.
No, the
the
bullet
hole and things were measured? All that was done at the scene, but nothing was done at the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes,
It was
And
just stored there.
for the trajectory while at the Gilbert Police Department?
that's correct.
And it wasn't placed into evidence?
We did not impound the vehicle. The purpose for that was it was the victim's only vehicle at that time, similar to the smartphone that we took temporary custody of. For convenience purposes, it was ultimately turned back over to the owner, in this case, Mr. Boudreau, both the vehicle and the smartphone.
Within a day?
Yes, approximately a day. It was a very brief period of time.
Okay. And having been a case agent hundreds of times, you must have known that if you were ever going to charge someone with this crime, then surely you would need this evidence so the defense could hire their own experts to do testing of the car and the window, right?
The crime of this caliber,
We'll do
and
this for now.
it's not uncommon for
Yeah, we'll do this for now.
develop into something more than what you initially believe, that's part of being human, part of being an investigator.
Well, I chill and smoke.
We did not take the vehicle in this case. We did not have a decedent. In other words, we did not have a person who was injured or killed. We had property damage, and we were still very early in our investigation to determine what happened. So, no, we did not maintain custody of that vehicle.
I'd imagine with something like that,
Protocol
why
to
would they?
preserve evidence,
It's in our protocol to preserve evidence.
Did though.
but not in this case.
They did with
Make the
photographs.
decision not to maintain custody of that Tesla.
Yeah, that's not preserving the evidence. There's like
How would my experts be able to test for trajectory?
We couldn't test for trajectory with what we had. If
Yeah,
there's
so-
a way it's possible that you guys could test for trajectory with the advancements in technology. Again, not being somebody who is trained or certified in any type of trajectory training, I don't know how that process would even look, but we simply don't have the vehicle today as we're discussing this.
And you don't have an expert at Gilbert Police Department that's an expert in trajectory?
At that time, we did not.
Okay. And how would my ballistics expert be able to test the hole in the Tesla to determine, in fact, if it was a rifle or a handgun that was used? How would I do that now?
How would you go about?
How would I have an expert do that now?
You would hire somebody who would potentially be a specialist in this area and
he's like,
ability to obtain evidence of trajectory. But how would you do that now outside of hiring somebody and doing that without the vehicle? I suppose you could not.
Is it possible to perform our own tests from pictures?
Tests? No.
And did you request any tests be performed on the Tesla itself?
Outside of trying to obtain the surveillance footage and do our best that we could with what we had for the bullet hole itself, no additional tests were made.
And no testing was done with the window either, is that correct?
You're referring to the glass that was?
Yes, the glass.
No other tests were done with the glass.
Okay. And how about the 4 pieces of the projectile that were found? Were any of those tested?
Tested for?
For what kind of bullet they came from, or what kind of gun they came from?
Again, not being a munitions expert, but seeing what bullet fragments look like and
I love that he says it this way.
Those fragments could not determine any type of rifling, which is the marks that
It's just very funny to me.
when a weapon is shot, because the bullet was not intact, and we had no casing. We had no gun to verify where it came from. We simply had some markings of
They're so quiet.
bracketing and the lead, which appeared consistent with a bullet that was fired, and then of course was fragmented.
Jesus Christ.
We were
Turned up
satisfied that
so much.
a individual gets shot at by some firearm, be it rifle, handgun, but a firearm, eastbound to westbound, that collided and then ultimately ended up in Mr. Boudreau's body frame. But to send it off for further testing, no, we did not send it off for further testing based on any reason that we knew we would not be able to get any viable weapon to compare it to, or any type of rifling where that would match another firearm.
Well, would it make a big difference if it wasn't a rifle at all and what Mr. Boudreau saw was a rifle?
Can you rephrase that question?
Why would it make it?
If you were to
Why would
test
it make a
and
difference?
someone to say this came from a handgun, this did not come from a rifle, that would make a big difference in the story that Mr. Boudreau told to you, though, right?
No,
It would not.
no.
So he did not see a handgun, but if it came from a handgun, that would be contradictory, would it not?
To his statement of believing it was a rifle?
Correct.
His belief
No, because it's his belief.
for those split seconds of a weapon firing at him. I can't say for certain if it was a handgun or a rifle. If we had an intact projectile or
Maybe.
casing, we'd have an answer to that. What we have now are bullet fragments and a bullet hole, and evidence to indicate that this happened. This shooting at Mr. Boudreau did in fact occur.
But you didn't test it.
The fragments were not tested.
Now, Detective Pillar, how many neighbors confirmed that they heard a gunshot?
Hearing a loud bang or hearing a gunshot, approximately 4.
Dude, the size that people give to this woman is so funny to me. Or like in response to this woman.
From my memory.
It's just very comical to me.
That 4 neighbors heard a gunshot?
In my report, I documented the detectives who made contact with neighbors that either heard something or had electronic surveillance on their house that, although did not capture footage of the incident, captured consistent noise of a loud bang, as well as a vehicle idling for an extended period of time
Ah, shit.
near their residence, which is near where the Jeep would have been parked before
Enough of this.
Mr. Boudreau
Oh, hi, Braden.
arriving, and then upon.
Yes, you found it. Yes.
But it just captured audio with no, again, once.
We just, yeah, I figured it'd doing YouTube in the afternoons. Probably the route for right now. And then we can do like gaming and stuff on the main channel.
What your understanding was?
How are you today,
That
by the
multiple
way?
neighbors heard a loud noise?
Yes.
So Brandon heard a loud noise. You have the ring that was a loud noise, right? Who else?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Could it be that there was no one else, just those 2?
There were other neighbors that acknowledged hearing noise. That was a loud noise that was not
Right.
a normal noise. That
Were those across the street neighbors, neighbors on the other side?
I would have to refer to the detectives who interviewed individuals who said they heard something, and those detectives notated the address.
Ah, got you. I mean, I have Twitch chat up too.
A noise.
So
I say multiple. Clearly,
I'm reading both. It's just I'm not live on Twitch.
So 2 is multiple in your book. Is that
So
correct?
in this case, we have more than 2 that have testified.
do not worry.
There are others that
Hopefully you're doing well.
made.
More than 2 people have testified here that they heard a loud noise?
Yes.
And who would those be?
We have the neighbor with the ring camera, and I forget her name. I apologize. And then we have Mr. Boudreau.
I did say last night I'd be live in the afternoon. I didn't specify where because I wasn't sure what the play was going to be.
That we've had so far. With
I thought I might add to do a work thing too. So
So you would consider that multiple people. Is that correct?
But there are others within the report that acknowledge hearing the noise, yes.
Not in any report that I read, in a report that you read?
Object to testifying and
Sustained.
asked and answered and argumentative.
That's the objection sustained.
In a sworn statement that you made, Detective,
oh yeah, this was just a couple minutes ago. Okay, good.
you put the other neighbors confirmed they observed a gray-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep.
Hard top
Neighbors
2-door.
that said that there was a gray Jeep.
I couldn't help myself with that one.
That
Hard top 2-door.
So, in your affidavit on November 19th regarding the Jeep Wrangler, would you like to take a look?
sure.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so we have an icy single item. Small item.
Okay, yes, I see where this is in the affidavit.
And earlier you had testified that no one had said the Jeep was gray at all, but in your sworn testimony there, you say that other neighbors confirmed that they observed a gray-colored, hardtop, 2-door Jeep. What neighbors would those be?
And this is the probable cause statement from,
For the infotainment center?
yeah, for the infotainment center, but on what date?
I'm trying out this new pig build.
November 19th? 2019?
November 19th, 2019? Okay, so I don't recall who specifically said that they saw the
I need to get sliders for my
gray colored
volume.
hardtop two-door Jeep. It was, however, at this juncture that I do know that that was the
Or
vehicle
set a limiter.
the photographs and from the LPR hits.
It was an alleged vehicle, but that was not the vehicle that the neighbors described to you. Is that correct?
I did not have any vehicles described to me by a neighbor specifically, no.
So you swore that in your statement to take out that infotainment center to that two-door gray hardtop Jeep, right? You're the police officer. You're asking for a warrant.
Where's she
to do this
going
because
with
this? Is
this?
your probable cause. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying in that neighbors confirmed that they saw a gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep, but that was not true.
Suppose the one word that I could exchange from anything is a dark-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. But at this point in my investigation, I had confirmed that it was a gray-colored two-door Jeep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Actually, you might want to hold on to that one. I'll wait. Thank you.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, lady. We get kind of fucked on that
There's something else
one.
in this affidavit that I'd like you to look at.
We get a property.
Last paragraph?
If I can know what page you're showing him.
2714.
Thank you.
It is this last paragraph, correct? Ms.
Yes.
Daybell? Okay,
Yes.
let me just review it real quick.
Just the first underlined.
The first
part
underline, okay.
Of that paragraph. Review that.
Not ideal.
The first underline I just did. Do you want me to check the second line as well?
I would then ask to know, I'm sorry, what section you're actually showing him that's underlined?
It's just the third paragraph.
Can you show?
Like, for real, though, I would agree with them on this. You gotta show your work. Show your work.
Your Honor, we may want to sidebar again.
All right, can I see the exhibit?
Okay, they're on sidebar. I'll be flipping to game every time whenever sidebar. That way we don't have like completely dead air. I hate this game sometimes. Got rid of some crucial piece that actually, yeah. I'm also confused on how they doing a sidebar like this without the jury hearing it, or having to have the jury disregard what was discussed. It, it's a little confusing to me. It's also interesting that straight. It looks like probably the paralegal is got headphones on so that they can hear Lori super well. Pretty comical to me. You. Cool. So need at the moment. Thanks, game and stuff we can't really use. And I guess. Then showcase would be. Have to go. We'll get rid of showcase. That we. The very least, that gets things.
So that'll be, just refer to it as Exhibit 202, please. Just that page that what we were talking about in the sidebar.
That's really quick build like that. I'm not really sure where I'm
Detective,
gonna go with this.
in preparing
Mostly because I'm kind of stupid.
this crime, would you say, is it fair to say that most of the information that you gleaned is from Brandon Boudreaux?
In this initial investigation, yes.
Okay. And you were in constant contact with him during that time, in the early days of this investigation?
In the early days and then throughout the progression of the investigation.
And you were on a first-name basis, is that correct?
Yes. Again, that's not uncommon for me to do in really all my investigations.
So most people don't call you Detective Pillar?
Not typically. It depends on how the length of the investigation and the type of investigation that it is, but especially
Hopefully
for
for you.
victims or witnesses, I try to keep it casual.
Now, when you were giving back the Tesla, the window was thrown away, is that correct?
The window was discarded.
And the Tesla was given back.
To Mr. Boudreau, yes.
Did he come pick it up, or was it driven back over there?
From what I recall, it was picked up by him at the property and evidence building.
And were there any further instructions with that? Like, now you can get it fixed, you can do anything you want with it? Like, how does that work?
Essentially, it was, yes, here's your vehicle returned. We'll be in contact regarding the investigation and my contact with the individuals you provided for follow-up.
Okay. And then that was the end of that contact with any of the evidence that was taken at the time?
On October 2nd, yes.
Kind of lost our run. Lost our ice.
Fragments of the projectile, those were
Damn
taken
it.
in an evidence bag and put into evidence at Gilbert Police Department?
From the scene directly to the police department, yes. Or
Was
the
there-
property evidence building, yes.
Was there any other evidence taken to the property evidence building?
I believe there was a cigarette butt. I believe there was multiple photographs. Other physical evidence I do not recall us taking.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall taking other physical evidence from the scene off the top of.
So a cigarette butt?
I believe if a cigarette butt was, it was across the street, and a neighbor thought it was inconsistent with being near his house because he didn't smoke.
Okay. Was DNA taken off of the cigarette butt?
No, I believe we still have it retained in our property evidence building.
So if you would have taken the DNA off the cigarette butt, then you might have a person who was smoking it?
We would
At the
probably
scene?
have a DNA profile of somebody who's walking down the street smoking a cigarette, yes.
So you didn't really think it was connected to this incident
I'm
necessarily?
so confused.
No,
Okay. And why was it collected?
because it was within the crime scene tape at this time, and the detective who spoke with the neighbor who provided the information
Probably
thought
put
it
it on.
should be collected.
And during the course of your investigation, you never discovered that Brandon Boudreau was a smoker, right?
No,
Or that Alex Cox was a smoker, right?
no.
What was the long pause for, though? That was interesting. Okay.
Did you ask Mr. Boudreau if he owned any firearms at that time on October 2nd?
I believe so.
And do you remember what his answer was?
I don't believe he had any firearms in his possession that were his.
And you said the house was cleared. Did someone go through the house and cleared the house?
I knew this from officers telling me, and then again, I had to watch all the body-worn camera footage for media release and redaction purposes, so I learned the officers did clear the house prior to detective arrival.
And they went through the garage as well?
Yes.
And when you came up on the scene, was the garage open or closed?
The garage was open.
And do you know about what time you had arrived there?
Approximately 10:30. The call was made at approximately 9:13 in the morning, and detectives arrived approximately 10:30 a.m.
And when do you think?
Okay, so not terrible.
When you initially
Fine.
left, did you leave your car there because you drove the Tesla? Is that correct?
When I left the scene, once we took the Tesla to the property building, yes, my assigned vehicle was left there secured. And then, again, a detective followed me to the property and evidence building where we met with property technicians upon arrival.
That is so annoying. But I'm gonna end up doing more poison to them, I think. Just doing poison to myself. Yeah, that's annoying. I don't know why it's 4 poison.
In your interview with Melanie, she provided you with some information and then called you back, you said, around October 14th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did you just refer her to an attorney?
I listened to her grievances, and then her concern was primarily about the custody of their children. And I referred her to speak with an attorney regarding custodial issues.
Because it's not something that you really give advice about, right? Like as the detective.
That's not my expertise, but I do encourage people.
Right, that's okay.
Attorneys who specialize in family matters.
But she came to you because were you aware that Brandon had not returned the children to her?
Sustained as irrelevance.
About how long was that conversation that you had with Melanie around the 14th?
10 minutes.
Was that on the phone or in person?
It was by phone.
So she was
At some
but you
point,
really didn't have any.
maybe, I guess.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
God, that's so funny to me. Wow, it's just very funny to watch her get like shut down. Quick break. Sidebar. Oh, I guess with them wearing headphones, that could. I just don't think that she's allowed to approach the bench. Truthfully. That probably feels like the reason. Okay. It's a little comical to me. All those then. They'll clear out our backpack here. We'll hold on to that one. Because I could pair decent with the ATM. Pull up before I turn camera on. Oh. They see burn. You know, like a lighter and stuff. Activates more. early orange Juliet, which is fine. I think it's gonna have to be. But that's a good start. Good foundation. Maybe. We got the income for it right now. I'm not actually opposed to this.
I'm going to go back to some of the questions that we started with yesterday. That's kind of also come in through today. During your investigation and through testimony you heard here, did we have a witness, Robert Abitamarco, that just said the Jeep was dark colored?
Yes,
No specifics of what color that was, just dark.
correct.
If I can get
Heard Brandon thought that the
Filled.
vehicle was some sort of camo or green color.
Yes,
And then eventually, we also learned that through statements made by Brandon Boudreau to both Officer Rob and yourself, that he believed this case was tied to an incident in Chandler. Did you learn that Lori Vallow, in fact, had a dark-colored Jeep?
yes,
Oh, okay. I can see why they
Photographs.
she
did you
is
learn that the Jeep was then
kind of dismissed that part. Or like put that in question.
a probable cause statement that you wrote on November 19th of 2019. Do you recall that?
yes,
Was that after you learned about the gray vehicle, the gray Jeep that Lori Vallow had on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona at that incident?
yes,
And in that probable cause statement, do you just in fact say that it was a dark
And this will be more worse.
gray colored Jeep?
The ticket right now.
Actually say that a specific neighbor said that, or where that information came from?
correct. I was working with multiple detectives.
So you're using all of the different information that you gleaned, which included the fact that this defendant owned a gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, and that was put into your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the measurements of the Tesla and trajectory. Did Brandon Boudreau stop at the time of the shooting and put down a little ticky-tack marker and say, better note this for later so I can tell the detectives exactly where my vehicle was when I was shot?
No, he did not.
Did Brandon Boudreau
Oh,
get out of his
no.
car and go over and mark the exact end of the Jeep so that you would know exactly where that was when he was shot?
No.
Okay, whatever.
Did he go over and tell the person, whoa, I gotta wait and find out exactly how this rifle barrel
You
is
know what I mean?
sticking
Just
out of
saw
the
it,
back
meant to
of the
upgrade
Jeep
it.
so that later on, they'll be able to document the height, the angle, if it's up, if it's down, if it's a little to the right or left, so that later on, they'll be able to do some trajectory?
No,
So none of that happened.
none of that happened.
Were you surprised he didn't do that?
Not at all.
So you did receive information from another neighbor that they saw the Jeep in the approximate same location of where Brandon Boudreau saw it,
Yes,
parked there idling, running.
All right. We'll see how this goes.
Brandon gave,
yes,
I'm hesitant now.
same Texas plate as Brandon gave,
yes,
and same dark tint as Brandon said.
yes,
So when you talk about this only being Brandon, that's not accurate, right?
correct.
In fact, Abitamarco said he didn't even know Brandon because he just moved in, right?
Correct.
And so ultimately, when we're talking about trajectory, without knowing
Damn.
all of those specifics, were you aware of
another
any way
pull.
to recreate how the rifle was held, what angle it was at when it fired that shot into the Tesla, not knowing where the Tesla exactly was either?
No, unable to determine that.
You were asked about the glass as well. When you package items, you put them in a box, a bag, a plastic bag, something like that, right? Depending on the piece of evidence you're collecting.
Yes.
Did you have any way to keep that glass from never disintegrating anymore so that it wouldn't change from the way it looked on October 2nd if you impounded it?
No, with shattered glass, it would continue to shatter. We have no way to package it to stay in its
Okay, so this
when it's already.
go at the same speed.
So when you're talking about impounding that item or just throwing it away, if you put it in a box and you travel it to impound and then somebody throws it up into wherever it goes, could you say if you pulled it back out 5 years later that it looked exactly like it did that day when it fell onto the ground?
Absolutely not.
So is that why photographs were taken there?
Photographs, yes.
Yes.
You're asked a lot about
I think that's the good combative
Brandon.
pushback on the not
During
preserve
audio recording,
saving
have you
evidence.
listened to that?
I have.
You told us you were in your vehicle, right?
That's correct.
And was your AC blowing very hard?
It was a warm day out, so yes, we were both. I was sitting in the driver's seat, he was in the passenger, and the vehicle was on with AC running.
Did Brandon talk soft at times?
Yes.
In listening to the recording, is it often difficult to hear what he's saying?
Yes.
And would you agree that the best evidence would be the actual recording versus someone's interpretation of what they believe he was saying?
Yes.
When you were considering the evidence at the scene, in addition to Robert Abitamarco, when you looked at that ring camera footage that we saw in court from Lynette Mendoza, did the black vehicle that you see appear to be consistent with a Tesla?
Yes.
Was it driving in the general direction of or towards Brandon Boudreau's home on that video?
Yes.
And was there a timestamp showing when you heard that loud bang after that vehicle went by?
Yes.
When was that?
It was at 9:13 and some seconds.
And was the 911 call made by Brandon around 9:14?
Yes.
So was that another piece of evidence that was considered by you in corroborating what Brandon had told you and what Robert Abitamarco had seen and what the physical evidence told you?
Yes.
When you were looking at the Tesla itself, you advised us that you have seen bullet holes into vehicles previously,
Yes.
and you have seen fragments of projectiles previously.
Yes.
When you looked at that bullet hole and those
Bend.
fragments,
Oh,
did you
Marco.
have any question as to whether or not that Tesla had been shot?
No question at all.
Did you ever recover a gun that you knew was used in this?
No.
Would the fact that it was one type of rifle over a different type of rifle change the fact that Brandon Boudreau's vehicle was shot that day?
No.
Could a handgun kill someone?
Yeah, we might have thrown.
Could a rifle
Well,
kill
what
someone?
chances our run had early, but that's okay. We'll keep trying. Try to pivot it.
You were asked yesterday about LPR, license plate reader. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And we had heard from Tom Miller about the DEA license plate readers.
That's correct.
Is that the only license plate readers that exist?
No.
In this investigation, well, the defendant had asked you about there being no other license plate readers showing this Jeep. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate.
Was there
You need to
an
spend that
LPR
gold.
hit for the Jeep Wrangler Texas plate LWD 0997 in a city south of Rexburg, Idaho on September 30th of 2019? At about
That will be a better investment.
Yes.
Was there an LPR hit in Idaho for the Jeep Wrangler license plate LWD 0997
For crypto, I guess.
on US Highway 20 near Rexburg, Idaho at 3:54 and 4:28 a.m. on October 3rd?
Yes.
Would that again be consistent with other evidence that you learned in this case from other individuals?
Yes.
You were asked a bit about a CAST report done by Nick Balance. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you create that?
I did not create that report.
Did you provide some of the cell phone records that we admitted and talked about that you obtained through search warrants to Mr. Balance?
Yes.
And did information that he gleaned from that and that he made into that report that you reviewed appear consistent again with a timeline of that Jeep leaving Idaho on the 30th of September and being down in Arizona on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
You were asked about a lot of different emails and information that you
All right, we'll give this a shot.
interactions that you had with Brandon Boudreaux. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay.
And
Because this is one of the few cases that Brandon, the victim's still alive
of 2020, you are investigating
after all this.
multiple cases.
Yes, that is accurate.
Would it be fair to say that in February of 2020, you were also investigating multiple cases with other agencies involving Melanie Boudreaux?
Slightly faster.
Yes.
At the time of this shooting, we have discussed that this defendant and her brother, Alex Cox, were living in Rexburg, Idaho, correct?
Correct.
Were you then working with the Rexburg Police Department to help obtain information from Rexburg and other counties around there in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
So in any time when you were obtaining search warrants or continuing your investigation, were you pulling in information being provided to you from people such as the DEA LPR reader,
Yes.
Fremont County LPR readers,
Yes.
information being obtained by police up in Idaho
Yes.
from search warrants that they were executing,
Yes.
as well as search warrants that you executed up there on the Jeep?
Correct.
Was all of that put together when you were determining whether or not you had information to corroborate what Brandon Boudreaux told you on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes. It was a collective effort.
Although you are the case agent in this matter because it occurred in Gilbert, did you have to rely heavily on aid from the Rexburg Police Department and other agencies to obtain evidence in Idaho?
Yes.
And are those detectives in a better position to discuss things such as storage units or burner phones that were purchased up there?
Yes, they are.
Although you are familiar with those and they were all relevant to this investigation, would it be fair to say that since they obtained it, they're in the better position to testify as to it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those down. See at least one.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Because this is an important testimony. Because this validates a lot of what Brandon was already talking about in the state's direct examination that we were watching last night after court and everything. So this kind of is interesting because like they're Lloyd tried to poke some holes in the legitimacy of their thing, but it just didn't work. Seems it just didn't work. Wait, upgrade. Three times. Need to buy it to get the income bonus. Transform is not necessary. Region might have been. Yeah, regen was the play. I should have looked at my goal. I say the burn makes that hard to keep.
All right. In your experience, is it unusual for witnesses to confuse colors or not remember them accurately?
Yes. Do I answer this for you, Your Honor?
I'll let the parties follow up on that if they need to. The next question is, were the attempted phone calls to wife recorded during the in-car interview of Brandon on the day of the shooting? I guess, let's clarify. Did you record those phone calls?
To the second question, yes, those calls were recorded.
And were voicemails left explaining the situation?
A voicemail was left requesting a response for a call back, not explaining the situation. That was from Brandon. And then I know I later called and left a message explaining my involvement as a detective who wanted to talk to Melanie Boudreau at the time. And she later responded, and the interview happened the next day.
All right. Follow up on that question.
Okay.
Are those three questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
I don't know if either of them would have an issue with that.
Of colors and not remember.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that puts their.
That it's not unusual for a witness to not remember always a color. Is that due to just sort of the circumstances surrounding what's happening when they're trying to observe these things like a vehicle?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in a couple parts. It is not uncommon for people to commonly mistake a black for white, or red for blue, or different colors, assuming they're not colorblind to begin with. You amplify that situation, for lack of better words, in a traumatic situation, going out to multiple violent scenes, or even not a violent scene, just an emotional scene, maybe between a domestic dispute. It is quite common that colors for vehicles or clothing or hairstyles or hair color are mistaken, especially when you add the traumatic element to it. So.
No other questions?
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Too rich for our blood. Everything good now? I think it's the states. It might be defense. It might be Lori's thing. I don't know. I didn't get enough of it yesterday. Catch. Oh yeah, it's still state.
Come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Vanessa Milky. I'm a forensic scientist 3 for the City of Mesa Forensic Services.
How long have you worked?
Them bringing in a forensic scientist makes sense though.
And can you tell us your training and experience to work both as a forensic scientist and then, I guess, let's start there.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Arizona State University. While in college, I was a forensic services intern for about 8 months for the City of Mesa Forensic Services. After college, I was a laboratory technician for United Blood Services for 1 year. Prior to my current position, I was a crime scene technician for the Chandler Police Department for almost 2 years.
A lot.
After I was a crime scene technician,
You can get
and
captains.
hired at the City of Mesa, I completed
kinda
the
work.
required serology and DNA training that took about 2 years.
All right, so what is your current role? What do you specifically do?
I examine items for the presence of biological fluids, conduct DNA analysis, prepare samples for DNA analysis, take notes, write reports, and review reports.
Okay.
So you talked about training specifically at the City of Mesa with regards to DNA testing and analysis. How long of a process is that?
It took me about 2
Spare
years
change.
to complete all of the required training, and then every single year I'm required to do a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education.
And are there any type of quality assurance processes to ensure that your analysis is correct and your conclusions are accurate?
Yes, during training, I was required to complete competency tests along the way for each new thing that I learned. And then every single year, I have to do 2 proficiency tests to show that I'm proficient in serology and DNA analysis.
Now, at the Mesa Police
I do want to
Department,
upgrade.
do you separate sort of this process and have one person take cuttings of swabs or evidence to prepare them for testing, and then another person who will take those to develop those unknown profiles for analysis?
Yes, we have serology and DNA. So there are some analysts that just do serology, and there's some that are trained in both serology and DNA analysis. For a particular case, it could be the same individual doing serology and DNA, or it could be different analysts.
Okay. So let's start with talking about DNA. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the blueprint of life. You get half of your DNA from your mother and the other half from your father.
Okay.
Every individual has a different DNA profile with the exception of identical twins.
When the
Right, and that like
person
makes
collecting
sense.
biological evidence from a scene for DNA testing, are there different types of biological evidence that can be used for DNA testing?
Yes, the DNA can be, a DNA profile can be generated from hair, semen, saliva, sweat, skin
Jesus,
cells,
great.
blood.
So you talked about skin cells, and if we are talking about swabbing different areas that people touch, if a person touches an item, do they always leave behind DNA?
No, not always. It depends on the type of surface. If an individual is wearing gloves, they're not going to leave behind their DNA.
Does the environment also impact potentially your ability to obtain DNA from a swabbed surface that someone touched?
Yes, there are different environmental conditions such as heat, moisture, sunlight that can all damage the DNA. And
God damn
also
it.
if there's any type of cleaning products that have been applied, such as bleach.
So just because a person touches an item, doesn't
Well, that's
mean
important to
they're
keep in
gonna have
mind.
DNA there.
That's correct.
And then we've been talking about sort of a DNA profile. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, a DNA profile is kind of like a graph.
Based.
There's different locations that I'm looking at.
Okay.
That I am comparing from, let's say, a question sample to a known sample. So a known sample is something where I know where the sample was collected from. A typical known sample is buccal swabs, which cells are the cells from the inside of your cheek. So I have an expected DNA profile. And an unknown profile would be something from a crime scene where I don't know what the DNA profile is, but I'm going to look at all 23 different locations and I'm going to compare
We'll
that
talk
to
faster.
known samples.
So when you're creating a DNA profile, do law enforcement agencies generally look at the same locations on the DNA, long strand of DNA?
Yes, different laboratories use different what's called kits, but it's all very similar locations.
You're not looking at every spot on the DNA chromosome, right?
No, just 23 different locations.
When you are looking at a DNA profile from a known source let's start with a known source, are you able to generally create a single source DNA profile?
From a known sample?
Yeah.
Yes, typically I am able to generate a full DNA profile from a known sample.
Okay. And like someone's blood would be a known sample.
Yes.
Now, if you have a cutting or a swab from a crime scene, are there different things that might affect your ability to develop a full DNA profile?
Yes, sometimes there's not enough DNA present for me to have a conclusive DNA profile, or sometimes there's too much DNA there where it's too complex, where I can't pull anything out or make any comparisons or conclusions.
Is one of the things we're talking about when we say there's too much DNA referred to often as a mixture?
A mixture is anything that's more than one individual contributing to that DNA sample.
And if you have a mixture, are you always able to tell us all the people who are part of that?
No, sometimes there's just too much information there where I can't separate out the different numbers and determine how many people are contributing to the sample.
When you develop a DNA profile from a swab from a crime scene, and there's a mixture of people who have contributed to that, do you ever have any?
I don't know if we're doing well,
major contributor,
but
what is that?
Yes, a major contributor is just the individual that's contributing the majority of the DNA to the sample.
And if you have a mixture, you told us you're not always able to tell all the people. Are you always able to tell us how many people contributed?
No, I don't always know how many people contributed, but we usually give a minimum number that the analyst would think is contributing to that mixture.
Okay. So if we see there's a major contributor, is there such a thing as a minor contributor?
Yes, the opposite of the major would be the minor. So if there's a major component, there's also a minor component. And with every sample, the minor component may not be conclusive.
Okay. When you are creating these DNA profiles of these unknown sources, are you able to tell sometimes if there's a male or female contributor?
Yes, there's a sex-determining marker called amylogenin. So a female would have an X and an X, and a male would have an X and a Y. If I'm looking at that sex-determining marker, if I see an X and a Y, then that is
I
an
need
indication
big
that
E-
the
oh.
profile is from a male.
Need foreboding ones, I
If
guess.
there's a really big X and a really small Y, that would be an indication that there's a female present and there is also a male present. Because if there's just one male or two males, I would expect the X and the Y to be about the same height.
Okay. Interesting.
So when you are provided with a known
Didn't know
sample of
that.
someone and some questions
That's quite
samples that was
interesting.
taken from a crime scene, what are you asked to do with that? What does the analysis involve?
The DNA process is a 4-step process. The first step is called extraction, where the cells are broken open and the DNA is released from the cell. The second
Shit.
step is quantitation.
Doesn't
where I
work for
determine
us.
How much DNA I have in a sample, if any at all. The third step is amplification. It's kind of similar to a DNA Xeroxing machine where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA. And the last step is called detection, where I'm generating a DNA profile. The DNA profile from the unknown profiles can be compared to the DNA profile from the known
Scaling their poison.
individuals to determine if there's a match or no match.
Okay. So in January of 2020, was the Mesa Police Department lab doing DNA testing for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, and we still do.
And so was
Okay,
the
well, that's
process of the
good.
Gilbert Police Department to send over any known and any questioned DNA samples to you to see if you could develop DNA profiles and reach any conclusions?
Yes.
In this case, were you provided with several cuttings from Lisa Perry from swabs from a vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And were you provided with a DNA profile for an Alexander
Welcome back.
that was developed by
You back? You just in between shopping. Just
Analysis of my
asking for a
samples,
friend,
I
you know?
compared the results from my samples to any known individuals that were also submitted for the same case.
And was that for the Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you then asked to develop DNA profiles from those cuttings that Lisa Perry had given to you?
I'm being slightly needy.
And then compare those to Alexander Cox?
Restrict.
Were you provided a cutting of a swab from the steering wheel of the
Restorative again.
were you able to create a DNA profile from that,
May I refer to my report?
if that would help refresh your recollection?
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have that with you,
I do. I can.
or do you need a copy?
Is it okay if it has writing?
Yeah,
on it?
go ahead.
I wish I needed slow.
Yes, I was able to
Really fucking perfect.
generate a DNA profile for this sample.
From the steering wheel?
Yes.
Were you able to determine how many contributors were in, well, let me ask you, was that a mixture?
It was a mixture. The major
Let's see here.
profile and the minor portion is inconclusive.
Okay. And for the minor, were you able to determine how many, I guess, contributors were in that mixture?
I have a minimum of 3 contributors.
Okay. Were you able to tell anything about the sex of the major contributor?
The major contributor is of male origin.
And were you able to tell anything about the sex of the minor contributors?
Since it's inconclusive, I didn't make any comparisons, or I didn't make any conclusions for the minor component.
Did you
Okay, that's okay.
compare that major contributor
Sure.
DNA profile,
Give me 1 second.
swab of the steering wheel, to the known DNA profile of Alex Cox?
Sure.
The major profile obtained from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
Do you have any statistics as to the frequency of that occurrence?
Yes.
Could you tell us those?
Can I read from the report?
Go ahead.
The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 975 sextillion African Americans, 1 in 111 quintillion Caucasians, and 1 in 344 quintillion Southwestern Hispanics.
So, quite close to impossible.
Quintillion is a 1 followed by 18 zeros.
So, like, this is the most sliver, like the smallest sliver of possibility.
Additional
I'm sorry, I had to just.
swab cuttings.
Okay, I'm ready.
Attempt to develop.
Yes.
You provided with a cutting from
That's so funny.
the passenger seat belt buckle.
Oh, that's so funny to me.
DNA profile from that.
No, this profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
What does that mean?
It means that I didn't have enough information to conclusively give any results that are reliable.
So it doesn't mean there's no DNA there.
Correct.
Just means you didn't get enough DNA to do any type of comparison.
Yes.
Okay. Were you provided with a cutting from Lisa Perry from the swab from the passenger interior door handle?
You're just a girl. You're just trying to do your best, okay? I get it.
Profile for that.
No.
You're just one girl.
So an
You can only do so much.
result.
Yes, let's smoke.
Was there again insufficient DNA?
Yes.
Were you provided with swabs from
Not really. Okay, well, fuck me, I guess.
vehicle?
Yes.
Were you
Okay, then why'd you ask? If I would.
that?
No.
Oh, man.
Sufficient amount of DNA.
Man, sometimes, I swear.
There, correct?
Correct.
But just not enough of it for you to do any comparisons.
Yes.
Cheers.
Were you provided with a cutting of the swab from the gear shift of that Jeep?
Yes.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes. This is a DNA mixture that indicates that there's at least 3 individuals of male and female protein.
Did you have a major
Okay.
contributor to that DNA profile?
I did not.
That's rough, but
Were you able to make any
do
determination
rate.
as to sex of any of
the
them?
day.
Yes.
Let's play dually game
that
first.
Alexander Cox cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture.
What does that mean?
That means that when looking at the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter, the different numbers that I have on my DNA profile for the gear shifter, the numbers that Alexander Cox has on his DNA profile, he cannot be eliminated from my conclusive locations. So, for example, if he has
Okay, so there's a possibility.
location, the
He
DNA
was-
profile that I generated from the gear shifter also has those same numbers. So there's not a difference in the profile from the gear shifter and the profile from Alexander Cox.
That's
Now,
not a good look for them.
for the gear shift, you can't.
Gonna say it.
There's no inconsistencies in those profiles. There's just not enough information for you to make that conclusion?
Yes, there's no inconsistencies between the two.
Thank you. Were you provided with cuttings from the swab from Lisa Perry from the driver's side seatbelt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, the major DNA profile from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
So is that a mixture then?
It is a mixture. The minor is inconclusive and the major is...
Yes, let me be in your ear so you're not alone. I got you. I'm sorry. It took me a second to readily register stuff. I was listening to this DNA stuff.
The major profile that I obtained matches Alexander Cox, correct?
And did you have statistics for the frequency of occurrence for this match from the driver's side seat belt buckle when you compared that DNA profile to Alexander Cox?
Yes. The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is
Okay.
approximately 1 in 123 nonillion African Americans, 1 in 715 septillion Caucasians, 2.78 octillion.
I'm sorry. It's so funny to me. Like, the level of...
If that's a different
Octillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
That's insane. That's truly insane.
the other match.
Yes.
So in this
It's so funny to me.
tested both the steering wheel itself and the driver's side seat belt buckle had major
God, it's so funny to me.
DNA profile from those two items matched the DNA profile of Alexander Cox.
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement in comparing.
Yes, that is like you know how like you go like it's like billions, trillions,
Chief has no other questions?
and things like that. Yeah, these are like far past that. This is like I think that one she had asked in a previous statistic was like 26. I think 26 zeros behind it.
Recess for lunch. Can we?
It's insane. Like so, like it's she's basically saying like, I guess there's like a very like sure. I can't say no that this is like impossible, but this is like the closest to impossible. Like I thought the first statistic that she read would be closer to as like close to impossible as they could get, and then she busts out even bigger numbers. Like, okay, well, shit. All right, I was fucking wrong. So, like, it's just, she's basically this forensics person saying, yeah, it was Alex Cox. I identified it as him. Is nearly impossible that it was somebody else.
After a sidebar, I marked Exhibit 202, Defense Exhibit 202. This is base stamps 2714.
So it's just very funny to me.
Just for appeal purposes on, so the substance is there for the record as to why I denied the defendant going into this in much detail with that particular
Isn't that crazy?
record. That will not be provided to the jury when they deliberate. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Okay, so a piece of evidence that was submitted wasn't.
There's a draft.
The jury won't have access to it after when they go to make their decision.
All right, we'll be at recess.
That's pretty understandable. And now they're on lunch. So now we chill. And we go back, I guess. I think we maybe missed like 20 minutes of interrogation. And actually, we'll pop this back in. Leave that running. Go to our previous one of day one. Okay. Now we're back to listening to Brandon give his testimony. Okay, there. Woo.
Broke. We were talking about your travel and the travel of the Jeep after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Oh, that was rough on the ears.
In terms of your movement, you told us that the Jeep had gone, I'm going to take this out of the shiny gloss. You told us the Jeep had gone on Phelps up to Cole, and you were here, and that's where you saw it turn on Waite.
All right, I'm here. You just, if you need to, just keep it. Just put me in your pocket. That's the nice thing about YouTube.
Can't see from this area.
You just put me in your pocket and just listen, and it's easier on the phone.
It's just bushes, so you can see
Substantially easier, in my opinion.
where I was sitting.
Which direction was your car facing? Towards Fry or away from Fry?
Towards my nose was pointed towards Fry.
So you were able to see the Jeep then continue.
I like how
to
he
go down
told. He said where his nose is pointed.
After that, did you see the Jeep again?
I didn't.
And like, okay, so just a refresher, we're back at where we're back on day one, where Brandon is giving his testimony after lunch break, and he's like explaining how, what all transpired when he saw the Jeep that tried to take a shot at him. So,
Where did you go? What was your return route back to your house?
I did a U-turn there on Cole, and then I turned onto Waite, and I drove down Waite, and then back onto Phelps.
So sort of following the path of the Jeep as well until you got to Phelps?
Yeah, and then I just pulled into my driveway,
Okay.
and then I
Pretty
sat
simple.
for an officer.
Were you
pretty
on
simple.
Friday
Yeah.
wondering
Let's
if
let's see where the issue is on that then. Other than I guess Lori having an issue. But that's like a Lori problem, you know.
When you came back to your house, well, let me ask you, I want to ask you some distance. When you first arrived at your house and you saw that Jeep, you told us you'd never seen it before. Can you tell us approximately how far away you were from the back of that Jeep when you heard that gunshot?
Well, you could kind of see in that map. There's only two houses. I was at the end of the first house, and the driveway was on the end half of my house. So I was past the point of my house and moving towards that driveway. So I would probably say a few feet, 15 feet or 10 feet or something like that.
Okay, so
Do you
he was
recall
literally
saying maybe 20
not
or
that far
30?
from the house
I'm sure I could have. It was a long time ago.
when this happened.
I've shown
That's
you
nuts.
defendant Exhibits 4, 9,
That's gotta be so
13, and
scary.
14, If I can have my
Honestly,
You can take a look at those and let me know if they depict Phelps Street and the house you rented, as well as some cones to represent different things in the street.
Yes,
Do you recognize all of those?
I do.
State will move to
Okay.
unit 4, 9, 13, and 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
4, 9, 13, and 14
13 and 14.
are admitted.
I'm going to start with 4.
do this real quick.
In this photograph, we see a police car down here. Is this your car here?
It is.
So is this the street that, when you're turning down Phelps, you're talking about coming from this end?
Yes,
So you passed one house and your house is the second house.
correct.
Okay.
And that's the white van that was parked there.
Okay. So we have another photo. Let me first kind of go here. In this photograph, is this your residence? And this is Exhibit 9.
Yes,
Okay. And this is your driveway.
correct. It's on the outside
And
edge.
so is this the area, well, let me ask you, where was the Jeep parked?
You can see just the front of the.
Ooh,
white
that's
van
big, Chris.
there. It literally, the bumper of the Jeep was touching that van's bumper was just right on top of it. So the back of the Jeep would have been right where your pin point is right now.
Okay, so right at the edge of your driveway?
Okay. Yes. They have the Alani. Let's go. Yes, get as many as you can afford. In my opinion, they're so tasty. They're so fucking good, Nikki. Even Bump
14 here.
just sipped some yesterday before stream, and she's like, okay, I like this. Like, that's the first time in a long time since, like, I think the Hawaiian shaved ice, that she's like, wow, I actually really like this flavor. She'll drink she likes the pink slush, but like, it doesn't hit like the cotton candy hit, in my
Is
opinion.
this the white vehicle you were talking about?
Yes,
And this shaded area between the Jeep and
So get as many as you
driveway where
can.
you're discussing that the Jeep was,
That's just me being a bad influence, though, too. I'll be
And
honest.
then this is your driveway.
Yes,
The rear of the Jeep was facing you.
correct. It was facing towards me.
We see two cones here.
Do I have bronze
What do those
that
depict in terms of the
make use
location
of?
your vehicle?
The front of my vehicle would be that one that your pen's pointing at, and the back of my vehicle would be there. That's
You know what? Let's do this
we were trying to recreate, but that's an estimate about where my car was when I heard the shot and my window shattered.
Okay.
right now. Eventually, we'll do that. I think
So at this point, when we were talking about slowing down.
once we're done with
have you started to turn
memory card.
into the driveway yet?
No,
Speaking of the Alani, I need to go have one,
Sort of straightforward.
but another one.
correct.
I went cracking through them a lot. That's fine.
And so the distance that we're talking about is what we see here in 13 from this cone to the edge of your driveway here?
Correct.
Yeah, we kind of just need Arc Blaster. Arc Blaster's like our good swap now. Next,
Yeah.
we're looking for.
When you saw
I need to go get water first.
come out of the rear of that Jeep, can you describe for us what you say you saw on the end of it?
It was cylindrical, and it looked a little
Ow.
bigger than a normal. I mean, every muzzle at the end of those rifles has some kind of a sight or usually something on it that they use to
Yeah, front sight.
but this looked like it had something different on it. It was a little bigger, and that's why I said a suppressor or yeah, I mean,
Flash.
but it definitely
Some flash hinder or like a hinder thing.
that's the part that I described was
Flash.
it was noticeable.
Okay, so it was wider or bigger than the normal barrel itself?
Correct.
Okay.
It was the flash from the barrel that was like being suppressed.
When the window shattered next to you, did anything come in to you that you recognized?
It was most likely a pretty decent size, like not a 22.
Was a hole in your window?
It's probably something in between. Like, nah, man, I don't even think it was a 9mm. I don't know.
As you are.
It could have been a 22, I suppose.
Window shatter here, is that then when you accelerate this direction that we see down Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And then when you got to the end of this street, which direction did you go?
I went right.
Okay. And then you headed straight up Cole and stopped at that park or whatever with the pool?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
As you are
Ooh.
waiting.
Transformation
Did you
time.
get out of it? I know you said the door opened, but did you get out?
I didn't get out and look at my car.
Actually,
The door opened.
we can work with
opened
that.
up, And
We can work with that in a bit.
I think that I just kind of let the window fall there, and I might have moved like part of the window over, but I'm pretty sure I think that and I'd have to probably review, but I'm pretty sure they asked me to stay in my car.
If they were 2 for something, I would, but I got 3 for now. 1 is cold. Yes. Yes, go. You stay on track. You're good. You got this.
Stayed in the car and waited.
Crushing it. Crushing it.
Officer.
So before the officer arrived, did you look at your vehicle itself? I'm going to put up
I think we're okay for one more
The
day
first
with
time that I
PvP here.
looked at the outside of the exterior of my vehicle was actually when the officer walked me over to my car. And both of us at the same time saw on the top of the door frame there's the spot where the bullet hit.
Okay, so this is gonna be a little
That
dicey.
was the first time that I knew for certain that I had kind of been shot at. And I remember
Oh, thank God.
probably another feeling of
I
shock
say I think we're good for one more day.
when someone shoots at you and it's loud. And
Yeah.
I remember just thinking like,
What the fuck?
that's really close to where I was sitting. Like it was.
Oh my God! I almost just got shot. Yeah. Yeah, that's a totally reasonable response.
Defendant Exhibit
I'm
20.
gonna be real, homie. Don't feel bad about that response. That was totally reasonable.
Brandon, do you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes,
What is that a photograph of?
that's the photograph of the top of my car.
That show the bullet hole that you saw?
It does, yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 is admitted.
I don't think that's gonna work.
So we see here in Exhibit 26, is this the bullet hole?
That is.
Dumb question. Was it there
Oh.
before?
No.
Oh my god. That's holy shit. Okay, I see why the door fell out when he or the window fell out when he opened the door. Yeah, it definitely got fucked at some capacity where it was gonna fall out as soon as it like had some opposite motion. Oh fuck. That he almost got shot in the head. Like, that's nuts. That's just real crazy to think about. Is like this man is sitting on the stand after like experiencing this, like almost got his fucking brains blasted.
Was your window broken before this?
No.
Was your window broken? I'm sorry. That's such a funny question. Your window broken before this?
See it as well, but
No.
if you sit in that with the way I was sitting in the chair, my head would have been right at that level.
Which is very funny to me. Like his tone is what's funny to me. No.
When you called 911, were you sort of telling them both sort of what had just happened as well as what was ongoing happening, what you're seeing with the Jeep?
Correct.
Did you make that?
Ooh,
told
that's
us
good for us.
As you're immediately driving away from this shooting?
Yeah, I immediately thought the right thing to do was call 911.
Do you tell the operator?
I hate that I'm gonna do this. We got this.
Yeah, when
It will
I
keep
remember when
it-
I first called.
Oh yes.
Not a doctor or anything, but I just remember I couldn't breathe. I was like feeling surprised. Maybe I don't think we have a word for that feeling.
Were you scared?
Yeah,
I fucking bet.
Life at that point?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah. I wonder. I wonder why.
yes.
I think we still have it out. I think we sell that. And then we.
Defendant Exhibit 125, the 911 call, if I could have paralegal play that, just to have the witness identify himself in it.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. That's all tech.
You can approach.
I think we can get rid of first aid.
Yes.
Gumballs.
Brandon, if you can just listen to that. Have you listened to your 911 call before?
I have, yeah.
You can listen
Yes.
to that and let us know if you recognize that as your 911 call and as your voice.
And we're not going to hear it right now. Avi.
Yes, this is my 911 call.
Thank you. Under the state will move to admit Exhibit 125 pursuant to 8031, 8032, and 902.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And if we can publish that.
Go ahead.
GD, I moved to a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove?
October 2nd.
Oh, I had to back it up a little bit.
14 minutes, 53 seconds.
It just always feels weird to listen to that section.
Your emergency.
Someone just shot my window.
Okay, where
they're in a
at?
Jeep. I'm in the Cooley Station neighborhood. I was pulling in my house at 38755 East. Way, but I can see them driving off.
Okay, someone shot at your vehicle?
Yeah, and it hit my window. It shattered my driver's side window.
Okay, when you pulled into his driveway?
As I was trying to pull into my driveway. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm a little lost of breath. They just drove off.
It's like shooken up, yeah.
Okay.
You can hear he's just
You know who
shooken
the
up.
people are?
I have no idea. I moved into a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove away?
Jeep Wrangler had a Texas plate on it. It was,
Jeep
It was,
Wrangler?
yeah, it was olive green.
Olive green? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. Texas license plate.
Seems like he knows what he was talking about.
Wait, I'm sorry. I got a little nervous.
That's okay. That's all right. Oh, which way did they go? Do you remember?
They're driving south towards Pecos Road, between Pecos and Rex.
Hey, let's go. Let me grab an Alani and then we can smoke again.
Do you don't see the vehicle anymore?
No, they left. They drove off.
Did you see how many people were in the Jeep?
So I just need to make sure my windows. Yeah.
Sir?
Yo.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh,
Close,
did you see
but-
how many people were in the Jeep?
There must have been at least two because somebody shot at me and then somebody else drove off, and I don't think they had enough time to go climb from the back into the front.
Right. Okay. And then are you?
You said you got a cold one, right?
They shot at me, it hit my window, it bounced off. It might not have been a real gun. It might have been. It was loud. It might have been like a big gun.
Because we can be Alani sisters today.
My window. It just
Okay.
shattered it. It didn't go through.
You know.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna take my chances on the fight because I think I need the fight for these memory cards.
And you have no idea who these people are?
No idea.
Okay.
They were just parked like right in front of my house.
It smells so good too.
Okay. They were parked out. So they were parked
I will say.
near your house?
It's hella
No,
good.
Like in front, right on the same side of the street as my house. Right in front. There's a minivan there. They're just parked right in front of that.
Okay.
I'm pulling into my house because they're gone.
Also, you can pull me up. You can pull the stream up on your TV easy through YouTube. By the way.
Right now.
In my car. Oops.
Where are you at?
In my car at my house at 38
Okay.
East Phelps Street. I'm gonna walk over here and see if I can see what they shot at me.
And what kind of car?
Silver or
I'm in a black Tesla Model X.
It's a black what?
Tesla Model X.
Okay, black Tesla Model X. Okay. Okay. All right. I do have officers on the way to meet you. Do you want to go inside or do you want to wait outside? Wherever you feel.
I'll wait out here. Yeah, I don't know that it was a real gun. Maybe it was. I can't tell. I don't think it was because my window we should have gone through my window.
Okay. All right. And what is your name?
My name's Brandon Boudreau.
And your phone number?
Hey, good shit. They were smart about that. Okay, so we need at least one more, and we'd be good with that one.
I'm going to stay on the line with you just to make sure you're safe, just in case they come back. Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you see the officer pulling up?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like he's coming up Phelps. You said 3875 East Phelps, correct?
Yeah,
So
you know
there's
what?
another section of it.
I'm not surprised they can't help keep it stocked. To be honest, like I'm not surprised. I had to do the same. I had to I think I told you the story. I like caught the guy stocking them in the front fridge because they didn't have them in the back. They were only putting them up in the front fridge because they'd just come out. Yes, dude, this is what I'm saying. Is like YouTube watching is so much better for people that don't have computers. It's so much better. Oh, it's so much better.
It might be another section.
Okay, because yeah, his car is showing right near Fisher Lane and Phelps Street.
I'm at.
Okay, this is where I finally lose, and I gotta sell one of my memory cards.
Yeah, I'm at Fisher and Phelps. I don't see it.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
That's crazy, though. They only had the one
It's
cold.
funny, his car was showing there for a second, and now it's showing back at Higley and Pecos, so that's kind of weird.
Okay, sell that.
Maybe. I know that there's actually an officer that's heading towards you, and then there's other officers that are dispatched that are looking for the car. So we've got several guys looking out for the car, but we have one
I
heading.
mean, we did get the extra income, which is.
I think he accidentally hit his arrive button is what happened because he's still moving.
What a dingus. That's kind of funny. A cop did that. Oh, hit the wrong button. Okay, while that cool chills out,
So just
I'm gonna
out of
smoke.
nowhere, did you see the guy that
I didn't see who it was. It was weird because I was pulling in and I saw a Jeep, Texas plate, and I thought, oh, that's weird. You know, my neighbor must have someone visiting, and then they like lifted up their little back window in their Jeep,
Man.
and I saw like a muzzle,
it's not
and then I heard a snap,
fast enough.
and my window shattered. So I just, instead of turning into my driveway, I just hit the gas and drove off because I didn't know. And kind of when I got my bearings, I realized I should call 911.
Okay.
So then I drove, and then as I didn't drive very far. I just drove around the corner and waited for you guys to pick up, and then I kind of saw them come around the corner and go down the road and start driving down towards Pecos and Brecker.
Okay. And did they look like
And I
Hispanic?
knew that was the only way out.
100%.
I didn't see a person at all. I didn't get to see a person.
Okay, so we keep our eye out for another Ray, I suppose.
I knew there was only
Let's
one
look
way
to
out
see.
of Pecos Manor, and that's down there on Pecos Road. So that's why I told you that.
Okay. All right. I do see the officer pulling up on Fisher from Fairview.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's coming from the other way.
Okay.
He'll come around right now. I'll see him in just a sec.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do Treasure Turtle, and then let's rip.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
October 2nd, 2019.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that
Realistically,
told
don't
the
need.
911 operator. You mentioned in the call that you thought
Get
it
my
might be a
ball out.
paintball gun because it should have gone through the window. When
I'll
you
smoke
were
more.
saying this, were you at all contemplating that there's no paint on your window?
No.
Were you sort of that frantic, you're just trying to come up with excuses or ways to explain what happened?
I was just trying to figure out why a bullet didn't come through the window. A bullet should always go through the window was what was going on in my mind. So I was trying to come up with a reason.
So you didn't know through this whole call that your
Maybe
car
close,
itself
and
had
then we'll another one.
No.
We hear that you, when you got into the driveway, a loud crash.
Yes.
What was that?
When I put my car into park, the window, and then the whole window just fell right there. And most of it, kind of stayed together. Like I think the window tint or something held a lot of it together, but also a lot of it didn't. And it was like all over inside my car and all over on the, a little bit on the driveway.
Okay. You also told them that you thought there might be 2 people. Why did you think that?
I was trying to figure out how someone could have been laying in the back shooting at you and gotten into the front and gotten out of there so quick.
Right.
You know, to jump over a chair. It seemed like they moved very quickly.
Hey, you let me know when you're ready, Nikki.
So I think I was just trying to come up with a logical reason how they could have moved so fast.
We can have the Elmo again, please. Thank you. Putting Exhibit 1 back up here. So this is the residence that you were arriving back to, correct?
Correct.
And your car was facing this direction west?
Correct.
And so the Jeep itself was also facing west?
Correct.
Hey, she hits.
Drove up to the pool, is that in this area off of Cole?
Yes.
And were you all the way up here before you
Might be
saw
something we look
the
into.
Jeep turn on to wait?
I was, yes.
So there was some time, actually.
Oh, treasure trail. Let's go.
The Jeep was able to follow and catch up with you.
Correct. I think in your mind, everything's happening so fast. I was just surprised by how quickly they were moving, but listening to it, for instance, you can hear that there was a lot more time that elapsed than what you thought in the moment.
So
Okay.
time when you were
Try to
going
switch it
through
to
the
low
stressful
latency,
situation
so we'll see what
seemed
happens.
faster to you.
Or ultra low
And
latency.
now listening to the 911 call that you're talking while this was occurring, you can tell it's a little slower.
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you were able to finally get your
Cheers.
phone and start calling 911?
I was at the end there of Phelps Street, about to turn on to Cole and then I had to unlock my phone, so it took me a couple more seconds around the corner to get it.
Okay. So you were able to drive down Phelps, get into your phone, and get up to Cole and park there. And then you saw the Jeep also turn on Cole and then turn on wait? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Hey, more bag of jewels.
Did you ever see anyone
As in a
in the
person.
vehicle, in the Jeep?
I didn't see who was driving the Jeep.
When you saw the rear window go up, you couldn't see who was in the back?
I didn't get a look at a person, no.
And then when the Jeep turned.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, and then
Yeah, okay.
my body and looked out across.
Understandable.
And so as the Jeep came up Cole and turned onto wait.
Yeah, what's the temp supposed to be
you weren't able
tomorrow?
To see who the driver was. In the 911 call, we hear.
Because those sport ball games, they get hot.
Refer to
They're
the officer
outdoor.
as a he. Was the first officer on scene a male or female?
Female.
She was
When the female arrived,
misjudgment.
you got off the call with 911?
I did, yes.
It's fine. Everything's fine. If you, I agree with you.
Walk over to your car.
I think you'll be all right.
Yes.
And did she point out this?
Everything is awesome. It's
She
fine.
did, yes.
When
I'd be
you
scared
saw
to look
that,
too. But you just rip the Band-Aid off though.
What happened physically to you?
Early, that's rough. I don't know what to tell you on that one. That's real rough.
Down, I started getting a little bit overwhelmed because I realized that someone shot at me, was trying to kill me. If my head was that close, that's the only logical thing.
Before you saw that bullet hole, were you still sort of trying to explain how there's not a hole in your window?
Yes.
Yeah. That's awful. This is absolutely fucking awful.
After you saw that bullet hole, did you start to think that someone had tried to kill you?
Yes. I remember I texted my father, told him that.
What did you text your father?
I said, I think someone just tried to kill me.
Well, fair enough.
Were you thinking about how close?
You take what you end up, you roll with what you're given. I respect it, Nick.
As you were experiencing those emotions and trying to
Which items?
figure out how to handle this and texting your dad, did the police ask if there was anyone that could come stay with you?
Yeah, they did. And because I didn't have any family, I just said, I had my 2 business partners who were really good friends, and I asked if they could come.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you?
Sure, you might have a little bit of time.
Yeah, they didn't have my address.
Not a bad idea. Respect
They
it
come and stay with you.
as well. Mad respect it.
Did you eventually
Okay.
move with them across the street to kind of hang out in the shade?
It was hot, so yes, we moved over to a cooler spot as the day went on.
And we see in Exhibit 9, is this actually you guys sitting over here?
That is.
Okay.
At some point, did a detective come get you and interview you?
Yeah, Detective Pillar came over and got me.
Did he interview you?
Yes, he did.
Where did that interview take place?
We walked around that corner. He had his car parked and in a kind of a shady spot, and we did an interview in his car.
Okay. Was that recorded?
I believe so.
The first patrol officer on scene, that female officer,
Give me the most gold.
she
It's fine.
asked you if you could think of anyone who would want to harm you?
She might have. I don't.
That's a
recall.
really good question to be asked.
When you met with Detective Pillar, did he ask you if you knew anyone who would want to harm you?
I mean, like, it's a common question, but like,
Remember a lot of your interaction with that first
it's
officer?
good that she's asking right now, not necessarily at the time.
But to be honest, like the part that I remember the most is just when I saw the bullet hole, and
Because it shows how shaken up.
kind of got a little bit of shock because it was.
It
real
was.
when I called 911, but then I kept thinking to myself, a bullet didn't come through my window. And, I just, when I saw that, I just realized, like, no, someone is 100% trying to kill me.
Yeah, it's an scary feeling.
It's kind of an emotional little bit. Like I felt a little overwhelmed.
I would too. I would fucking too,
When you
bud.
talked to Detective Pillar, was that a little bit later, but while you're still sitting here on the scene?
Yes.
Had you had time to kind of get yourself back under control?
That's true.
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation more than your
Yes.
conversation with the first officer?
Yes, I do.
At that time,
Grab the
when
Uzi
you were
just in
asked by
case.
Detective Pillar,
Keep him motherfucking hang on us.
anyone you knew who might want to harm you? Were you able to provide any names?
Okay, let's see what we can come across.
One person I could think of.
Looking for an enchantment.
It was 2 people. It was Lori and Alex.
Is that Lori Vallow?
Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
So the morning of October 2nd of 2019,
Okay,
you have
give
already
us.
told Detective Pillar that's who you believed is the only person you could think of who would want to harm you.
Yes.
Had you met Detective Pillar before that morning?
Okay, whatever.
Didn't know him.
Did you tell the police to tell Detective Pillar that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox had been involved in an incident in July of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona?
I did.
Did you think that that incident had something to do with this?
I did.
You were asked by the police, or do you recall being asked by the police if you had any issues with money or anyone else?
I do.
And did you have anyone else?
Makes sense why they asked that.
Would want to shoot at you?
I did not.
Process of elimination for
Did you
motive.
tell the police about your wife Melanie's relationship with Lori Vallow?
I did.
You told us that the Jeep that you saw parked
Ooh.
right next to your driveway that we see here in Exhibit 9 had a Texas license plate, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell the police that Lori Vallow had lived in Texas?
I did.
But that's
At the time, you had known
why?
her, you were aware that she and Charles Vallow had lived in Texas.
Correct.
did it seem relevant to you that you see a Jeep with a Texas plate in front of your house?
It did.
But wait,
So on October 2nd, when you were shot at, Melanie was living here in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And she lived close to your house in Phelps? Within a couple miles?
Within a couple miles, yes.
And she was the only person who, outside those 2 neighbors and 2 friends, who knew this address?
Correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Lori Vallow was living?
No, I did not.
ooh, big ego, please.
And on October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Alex Cox was living?
No, I did not.
But in July of 2019, you knew they were living in Chandler, Arizona? Or
Yes, I did.
Lori Vallow was living there.
Right. Of course.
Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did Melanie ever move out of Arizona?
Stupid soul.
Can you restate that?
Sure. Did Melanie, your wife, or maybe by then your ex-wife, ever move out of Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall when she moved out of Arizona?
The end of October 31st or November 1st, 2019.
And did you learn where she moved?
Next door to Lori.
In
Idaho.
Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right, I need to take a couple-minute recess to sort out an issue. I'll have the jury retire to the jury room. Please remember the admonition.
You did? Oh man. Yeah, you know what? I already had Gummy Bob from last year's, but like I'm so glad that you have it now. Yes. Now we can be Gummy Bob twins. Let's go. We can twin it up. Oh, hey.
All right, you may be seated. The jury is no longer present.
Please do send me a pic because I need to look at your list
Do you have
momentarily.
some exhibits that you could use, or what are you missing? Or
Ah, yes.
I don't have any exhibits that I need.
You're like, oh, I'll just open up. I'll fuck it. I'll do this real quick.
The whole file. He has the whole file.
No, it's okay. I'm not going to show it on stream. You're fine. You're fine.
Unable to.
That's exciting. I'm so happy for you, though.
maybe your paralegal can.
That's so exciting.
Or someone.
We're trying to do that, exactly.
Do you have another witness here? Do you mind going out of order?
Your Honor, if that's necessary, we can go out of order so that we can continue proceeding today.
Okay. I'll inform the jury that normally, as we said in the preliminary instructions, that there'll be a direct examination, a cross-examination, and then a redirect examination. But this time, we're going to take a witness out of order, and the defense will cross-examine Mr. Boudreau at a later time
Okay.
in the trial.
I'm going to see if this works.
If you need me to contact.
That's
OPS
mad
to
fucking
try to
exciting.
Get something done.
Fuck yes.
Getting a hold of your investigator, or you want me to.
Oh, I can't. Now we need to play this week/weekend.
If I can just make sure, I told my witnesses too,
Okay,
because I obviously didn't know this, so if I could go check and see if they're
Absolutely.
here before we bring the jury in.
that's fine.
And Your Honor, can we make this a 15-minute break, or no?
Do you need some time? All right, we'll go ahead and do a 15.
I know. I bought the Raven so fast. I was like, this thing exists. It's in the store. Bet. Bam.
Thank you.
Bought. So fast. So fast. PJ Fluffy. I think I have PJ Fluffy. I have to look at some. Okay, so that's not the play. Okay. Skip ahead here. This is the person that rented the home to him. Let's go. D&D tonight. That's exciting. Fuck yes. Dude, that's going to be fun. That's going to be so much fun. I don't know why I spent, I don't know why if I want to spend some of your bones.
Elizabeth Collins.
And do you live here in
No,
Arizona?
that's fair. I think keeping that is not a bad thing.
Back in 2019.
I did not
did you
throw
own any rental property?
biscuits when we, or bones when we
And did
play
you
card
own
games.
a rental property at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Is that here in Maricopa County?
Yes, it is.
When did you purchase that house?
I purchased that house in October of 2018.
And how long had you been renting that house?
I've been renting it since I purchased it.
Was this a long-term rental or one of those short-term Airbnb type of things?
Long-term rental.
Did you have a minimum lease length?
Our minimum lease length for the initial lease is 1 year.
So you'd had at least one
Pretty
person in there since you had purchased the home?
understandable.
Prior to October 2nd of 2019, had you ever had any issues at that house?
Never.
Any prior disturbances in that neighborhood?
None, and none that I was aware of.
Okay. No shootings at the home?
No shootings at the home.
No police going out there to your knowledge?
None to my knowledge.
Was this pretty much a normal, quiet rental property?
Yes.
Did you ever rent 3875 East Phelps Street house
Which is it?
in Gilbert to Brandon Boudreau?
I did.
Did you go through a company to advertise the lease?
We did. We used a realtor that was a friend of ours to help us advertise the property for lease and to do the legal documentation.
Okay. I'm going to put up oops, can I have Valma? Thank you. Has previously been admitted as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this street?
We could just play more often, by the way, Nikki. The solution to that.
Here. Do you recognize this house over here and this?
We could make it a thing.
Yes, so
Yeah.
the rental property is on the right-hand side of that photograph.
So basically,
You
the
know.
house right here?
Yes.
Then you indicated that you used a company to do your lease agreement.
Yes, I did.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 119, if I may have my paralegal approach.
Well, okay, she is approaching. Okay. I was like, oh?
Do you recognize Exhibit 119?
Yes, this is the lease agreement.
And then
Especially
that's the one
since it'd be
you made with
twinsies.
Brandon Boudreau?
Yes, it
Like
is.
the gummy twins? Yes.
Exhibit 119?
Even if it's just playing like fucking pause or whatever. Yes, true. You can play cards and shit with us. Ooh.
So in Exhibit 119,
And we can use in-game chat super easily.
you're the landlord.
Or he can. I mean, we'll figure it out. We'll figure that out.
Yes,
And then you rented this to
me regen.
Brandon Boudreau.
correct.
Did he have other individuals listed on the lease agreement to also be present at the property?
Just the names of his children?
Okay, so his 4 children were listed on there.
Yes.
Judge.
What was the date for the lease to begin?
Oh, I believe it was September 23rd, 2019. We signed it on the 13th, which is what threw me off, but
Perfect. So
Interesting.
it started.
I'm glad that she knows that.
September 3rd,
It's
and
kind of
was going to be
important.
Until September 30th of the next year.
correct.
And then you indicated that this was signed on
Oh, hell yeah.
the 13th of September.
That's my recollection.
Let me go to the last page of Exhibit 119. So does that show the different signatures, or at least yours at that time? And I think,
Correct. Mine and my
Hell
husband's.
yeah.
and then.
More regen, please.
As well for the 13th?
Correct.
Give me a big ol' oh.
Now, when you leased this property to Brandon Boudreau, did you include or
Yes, we'll give this a
any
go.
inclusion of a person by the name of Melanie Boudreau on that lease?
No, there was not.
Did you ever have the name of anyone by the name of Lori Vallow on that lease?
No.
How about Alexander Cox?
No.
As someone who leases properties, rental properties, do you put your lease agreements out in any type of public website or social media?
No, never.
So you wouldn't have put it out there that Brandon Boudreau was now living at 3875
Right.
Phelps Street?
No, that would be unprofessional.
I would agree. Yes, very unprofessional.
October 2nd of 2019.
Giving you a shot at that same day.
That was just your information and his information.
That was my understanding, yes.
And you never told anyone about who was moving into your house?
This.
Besides my realtor, no.
100%. Perfect.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Any direct?
They're pretty, I mean, they're pretty obvious questions that, like, if they were any other answers, honestly, it'd be concerning. You know, it'd just be super concerning.
I don't see any. You can step down. Thank you.
That's such a quick testimony too.
Go ahead.
Good. I think this next one's supposed to be quick too, from the looks of it.
All right, so you're going to come on right up here.
Come where? Excuse me, Your Honor? Are you hitting on me?
Your first and last name?
Are you hitting on me, Your Honor? A little unprofessional. Sorry. It's always the one I will fucking use.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It's never not funny to me.
You're going to walk around the
Seriously?
the court reporter here and have a seat to my left.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hope it's not something crucial. Large items, please.
If you can roll up close to the microphone, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Abitamarco.
Can you tell us, do you
Is
still
this
live in Arizona?
Robert?
Yes.
How about you,
October 2nd,
Marco?
2019, where did you live?
3870 East Phelps, Gilbert.
Did you rent or own that house?
Rent.
How long had you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. Can you describe for us that neighborhood? What was it like?
It was a quiet residential neighborhood. It was a very quiet street. It was not a through street. A mixture
I
of
guess that'll
families
work.
Either, living there.
Yeah, that'll work because we'll XP
Have
through
you ever
this.
had any problems
Good
or issues
chunk.
on that street?
No.
Okay. And you said that it wasn't a through street. For that whole neighborhood,
Oof. We're not in good shape though.
sometimes there are neighborhoods that have, that are kind of cut-throughs to go to other main streets. What was your neighborhood like?
Let's go! I just won this.
Through to get to other.
That's so. I just saved my ass so gladly.
Residential side streets winding and into.
There's a boulder here. I want to fuck my day up.
Can you
There was a massive boulder right here. I'll show you in a second. That would have just rolled my shit. And they had like the things to like to speed it up, I think. Like this would have done 6,500 damage. Right, so it's like my whole health. That's the whole point of it. It does like enemies max health, right? So it's like very scary. But because I won this into the void. I got this skill. It actually worked and saved my ass and destroyed that. Woo.
Put up exhibit
Okay, sorry.
3 here. Pull it out a little. So this sort of show that neighborhood with this being Phelps Street where you lived.
Yes.
So when you're talking about this neighborhood, there's no easy way to get from Pecos to Fry Road, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we'll buy it.
When you, since
Fuck
you
it.
lived in this neighborhood for a couple of years, did you see some of the same vehicles parked on your street all the time?
Yes.
And so you sort of knew which ones would belong to your neighbors?
Generally, yes.
Okay. I'm going to put exhibit 1 up here. Not sure if you're able to make out sort of little house shapes.
Do what now, I am? Are you hitting on me?
Are you able to see those houses?
This is what we need.
there?
Yes.
Okay, so we
Give me your skill. Give me juggler, please.
Where was your house? Was it on the same side of the street, on the other side of the street?
Dude, that's such a good thing for me.
Same side.
So on the same side of the street as this, and where was it in relation to that?
One to the left, looking at it.
Okay, so this is Phelps. Are you on this side of the street or this side of the street? The upper or the lower?
Salute to you.
I'm sorry. I was, okay.
Oh, yes.
Third house in from right there, yes.
Okay, so here.
Yes.
All right. So kind of across and a little catty-cornered from 3875?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm gonna show
Oh, interesting. Okay.
5 and 7.
Trickle down economics would be nice.
Back in.
We didn't hit the right thing, but that's okay. Fine.
No.
Did you have sort of still a schedule of what you would do most mornings?
Give me a good skill.
Yes.
I want to bring your attention to October
Oh,
2nd
okay.
of 2019. Did you leave your house that morning around 8:40?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were going?
Yes.
What were you going?
Can we catch an
I was
enchantment
going
for
to
something?
Eagles Gym on Higley and Pecos for a 9 o'clock appointment.
Okay. How far away, how long would it usually take you to get there?
You know, 5
Actually,
to 10
not that
minutes.
bad.
So you gave yourself a little room to get in there and get ready?
Yes.
Of course.
At that time in 2019 at this residence, did you usually park in your garage or your driveway?
The driveway.
Okay.
Come on, give me something enchanted, please. They're
I'm going
fuckers.
to put up, oh, let me, sorry. If I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 5 and 7?
Go ahead.
So if you can look at these 2 photos and let me know if you recognize these exhibits, what they're photographs of.
That is tech. Okay. Yeah. I think about it.
Yes.
Are those photos of sort of the street and neighborhood where you lived on Phelps back in 2019?
Yes.
The state will move to admit exhibits 5 and 7.
I think this works.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Okay.
You told us that when you lived on this street that sometimes you would see the same vehicles there.
Can we get our
Was there
10
any
win?
vehicle on sort of the opposite side of Phelps Street that you would regularly see and you would have to pay attention to when you were exiting your driveway?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a van owned by my neighbor who parked generally across from my driveway or a little off.
That's okay. I just don't think you get as much anymore now. They can't attack us now. They can't hurt us.
Do you see a van in this photograph?
Yes.
Is that the van you're talking about?
Yes.
So this
We can
white
just
van-
burn it. Burn them.
Are you able to show us in this photograph or describe for us where your house or driveway was located?
The house is what's seen at the far left of the image, the beige colored.
There we go.
house, And that's the driveway.
Yay! 10 win.
Where you're indicating.
Look, yeah. 10 win with Dooley. That's not ranked, but that's okay.
So this was your driveway.
We love to see
right
it.
here.
Yes.
We love to see
you
it.
often have to kind of pay attention to this white van so you didn't go out and bump right into it.
Yes.
On the morning of October 2nd,
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
did you get in your car to leave and notice any other vehicles that morning?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 7. In this photograph is your
Now we
driveway
play ranked
here.
No.
and hope for similar success.
Okay, so we can't see your driveway. This would be your neighbor's house.
Yes.
If we can get 7
See another
or better, we're
vehicle
good.
That stood out
That's what
to
we're
you
shooting for, 7.
The morning of October 2nd, around 8:40 in the morning.
Parked in front of the white van, nose to nose, where that tree is.
So right in this shade area?
Yes.
All right, so when you
That's
say that
interesting.
The front of the Jeep was to the front of this van?
Yes.
And so the rear of the Jeep would have been along where this driveway was?
Yes.
We'll go fiery, I guess, whatever.
Did anything about that vehicle catch your attention?
Yes.
What?
I noticed that it was running. It had tinted windows. I didn't see anyone, and it was right across
That's
from
crazy.
my driveway.
Gave me all that.
Okay. So the tinted windows, were you able to see if anyone was inside the vehicle?
I was not.
What kind of vehicle was it that you saw there?
It was a Jeep.
Were you able to tell anything about 2 or 4 doors?
It's like a good start, at least.
Do you recall anything about the color?
It was dark.
Yeah, we're set up
You
pretty
said the Jeep
nicely
was
here.
running.
Yes.
When we talk about the Jeep being nose to nose, is that sort of the wrong way on the street, parked the incorrect way on the street?
Yes.
Did that also stand out to you?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that Jeep?
Let's go. Yes.
Seeing it.
So it wasn't something you had seen before?
No.
When you were
Okay, good.
backing
Good
out
skill.
and
Good skill.
leaving, did you feel like you needed to take note of anything else of
Give me
that?
another skill.
Yes.
Great skill. Love that skill.
It seemed out of place, and again, being concerned that it was running.
So now we're doing 20 burn by the end of it.
Anybody in that
Or so.
vehicle or in that vehicle.
We're like probably like close to
I was
30,
under the
but
impression that nobody was home at the house that it was parked at.
Okay. So here's a car that's running in front of a house that might be empty.
the
with
battery going
windows.
off, double charges
It seemed a little
for what we need.
concerning to you.
Yes.
So because of that, did you
Charges
do anything as you were leaving?
2 things.
Yes.
What'd you do?
Double charges a railgun, charges
Backed out of my
arc
driveway.
blaster.
I was going to be heading in the opposite direction of those vehicles, and I looked in my rearview mirror to look at the license plate.
Okay. So in Exhibit 7 here, were you heading this direction?
Yes.
So in your rear view mirror, you would have been able to see the back of the Jeep. When you were looking in your rear view mirror, you were able to
Yes,
see the
please.
back of the
Yes.
Guarantee me a free level up of what I want.
What did you look for when you looked in your rearview mirror?
The license plate.
What did you note about the license plate?
That it was a Texas license plate.
Sort of the white with black letters?
No.
Were you able to
Okay.
take down a license plate number?
It's not terrible. Well, if you don't crack it, did you crack it open yet? If you don't open it, you let it sit for like 10 minutes. You can throw it in your frost buddy, and it ends up being pretty good for me, at least.
When you returned home after.
Some people like slushy shit. Bump likes it when doing that, making a slushy.
There were a lot of police vehicles and
I
police
get it.
personnel on the property, on the street. Access to my street, the way I came back, was restricted.
Oh, okay, good. That's what I wasn't sure.
Indicate where I was going.
Did you have a
Good then.
police officer come talk to you at some point in the day?
Yes,
And did they ask you about whether or not you had seen anything unusual that morning?
yes,
And did you tell them about this Jeep?
yes.
And why did that stick into your mind to tell them?
I think we'll be
Well,
okay
no
without
longer
the
there,
investment.
And I felt it was, again, out of place or an unusual at that time.
I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
No, okay. Right, I said it last night. I meant it. Bitch, you think I was kidding around? No. I meant that shit. All 10 toes.
All right, any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Don't see any questions, you can step
I don't
out.
want ammo stuff, I guess. We'll take this because we're going to need it when we level up. It's so good. That's what I'm sipping on now. Honestly, it's really hard not to drink through it really fast. That's one thing I did notice. Hey, good on them for trying. You know, it's good on them for trying. Yeah. You stay stocked up on them for a while when you can. My goal is to find a 24 pack by like the end of the month that I can like order and just have around. Call me a little dramatic. That's fine. You know what? We'll take 90 shield for now.
Come on up right up here in front of my clerk, sir. She's going to swear you in.
Hello. Hello. It's very funny.
Okay, raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure, good. That's.
Owen McDermott. I'm a sergeant with the Gilbert Police Department.
I mean, like shit. Like I kid you not. I've been going through a lot of these lines, especially the cotton candy ones. So fast. Yeah, and like the nice thing is like Sam's Club has a deal right now. It's like $18 for an 18 pack or so. I paid less than $20 for an 18 pack of like my 3 actual flavors I drink. And so that's been really nice, but they don't have any of these like new seasonal flavors like ever. So I gotta, because they don't make variety packs of them. So like I gotta go buy those ones separately. I don't know if it works the same deal, like the 2 for $4. Ideally, the 24 pack would be then like what a. Like, I don't know. I don't want to do the math.
Gilbert Police Department.
18.
I don't want to do the math.
Where do you currently work?
I'm
I
currently.
don't know what to tell you. It's too much thought for me.
Can you tell us about the different areas you have worked at the
Too
Gilbert
much thought
Police
from me right
Department
now.
over your years of service?
Yes, I've spent a majority of my time on patrol, both as an officer, field training officer, and a patrol sergeant. I've also spent time in our criminal investigations division, where I was a detective over special victims units and our violent crimes unit.
Now, over the years,
That might actually be
the
more
Gilbert Police
worth
Department have police
right now.
officers, both patrol and detectives, been responsible at times for processing the scenes?
Yes,
Did you have any training over the years on processing scenes?
yes, both in the police academy.
Skill it is.
Through training through field training program, and then as well as just training with colleagues throughout various cases.
Back in
fuck
October
it.
2019, what unit? were
You
you
should
on?
have, but I understand
I was
why you
assigned to the
didn't
Violent crimes unit.
And were
at the
you
same time.
in that unit?
Yes.
Like, I kid you not, it's really hard when I go to get the specific flavors that I can't get in my variety pack over at Kroger. Like, I go get a like cart, a small cart specifically, so I can just throw, because I grab far too many that can fit in a basket without like really hurting my arm. Because I'll get 20 of them bitches. I shit you not. If I can afford it,
How long had you been?
I'll spend $40 on it, but hey, you know what?
I was with that unit probably only about a
30, $40
but I've been a
Easy.
detective for about 3 years at that point.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 at around
Easy call.
9:15 in the morning?
Yes.
And were you called out to 3875 East Phelps in Gilbert, Arizona, Maricopa County?
Yes.
What were you called out there for?
I was called out with other detectives initially referenced a shooting.
Okay. And is that common practice for shootings?
Yes.
Do you recall when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street, sort of what the scene looked like?
Yes, there was crime scene tape erected. There was several patrol
Mhm,
officers
erected.
out. Looks like they had taped off a crime scene around a particular residence and the street in front of the residence, as well as kind of bordering some homes next to the target residence.
What is the point of crime scene tape?
It's so goddamn good. Like, it's hard not to just
That's a physical barrier.
sip it forever.
To be alert.
I don't know how else to describe it.
And conducting an investigation, trying to limit the.
Like, I like strawberry sunrise. Don't get me wrong. I think it's good. I think it's better than pink slush. But this is like crack worthy. This is sweet enough. This is crack worthy.
Amount of traffic, meaning both vehicle or people entering that crime scene, to keep it as sterile as possible.
When detectives are sent out to a shooting, are they each given different roles?
Yes, they can be. Each scene might be a little different, but generally we'll divide tasks up to process or investigate.
Okay. Were you assigned a role to process the crime scene?
Yes, I was participated in that.
Were other detectives then assisting you in processing the crime scene?
That's actually so good for us.
Who were the other detectives
I
who
know.
were out at the scene?
Detective Pillar was there and Detective Ferrer was there.
Especially since we don't have
When you got to the scene, were photographs taken of the street?
of that, which is really nice.
And any items of evidence?
And that, which is really nice that we need to boop that. For sure get rid of.
Why are photographs taken of sort of the scene?
Oh, there we go. I was like, what happened? What the fuck?
To memorialize both the scene and any evidence or any items of evidentiary value, either collected or observed at that scene.
Okay. When you go to a scene, do you always know what might be relevant?
No.
So, do you take photographs to try to document something in case something becomes relevant later?
Yes.
In this scene, where was the vehicle located when you arrived, the vehicle involved in this shooting?
Yes, when I arrived, the vehicle was in the driveway of the target residence.
And when you say target residence, what do you mean by that?
That would be Lori's.
Which,
Oh, really? The incident happened. Oh, good.
time.
Yep.
That's 3875 East Phelps.
That's correct.
As you are.
That's just very funny.
seen, were orange cones, for lack of a better word, used to document the approximate location of where Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was located when it was struck with the bullet?
I would kind of hope so.
Trying to provide a visual of what we thought would be the approximate location.
And so that has to be based upon.
Did you ever order
the
that?
best of his memory.
Did you order that Alani powder by chance?
Was the area also looked?
Because I'm thinking about doing that later this month.
Where Brandon had
So I can have that.
located his car was when it was struck, to see if maybe any glass or anything had.
That would be my solution to getting a bunch of cans of that,
Did you locate any?
to be honest.
There was a small, looked like glass particle or shard that was in the roadway.
Was it similar to?
If you stock up on anything, that would be the thing to stock up on.
And saw the Tesla in the driveway. Did you
Personally, I
see
think.
the driver's side window anywhere?
Yes, the driver's side window was actually in the driveway, just
In the driveway, not.
of the Tesla.
That's very funny.
The vehicle was parked in facing
Okay,
towards
so we
the
keep.
garage, and the window was
With a. No, that's fair. Okay,
adjacent
fair
to the
enough.
driver's side door.
I don't blame you on that.
With
To be honest,
in the driver's side door. Where that
it's really hard to argue with that.
Inside the Tesla itself, did you observe pieces of the glass that had shattered?
Some things, some people, that's what
inside
pulls
the
them.
vehicle and then outside the vehicle.
Like that's for some people, legitimately, that's what pulls them to drinking like like Alani. Like that's what like the carbonation with the flavor is really good. I want the caffeine. I want the mass amount of caffeine in a small package. I just want my 200 milligrams of caffeine is like, and like as quick of a dose as possible. I guess.
Vehicle,
So I can continue on with my fucking day. It's probably not healthy, but you know.
The road where you put those cones look similar to the shards you saw inside the Tesla and around the door there.
Yes.
When you were looking at the window that was now on the driveway, did you look at it to try to see if there was any impact to it? What caused it or where it shattered from?
Yes, we did. There was a divot or a
Halfway to
mark towards the
our
top of the
our
window,
like overall goal.
raised to the top of the vehicle frame or that door. There was kind of a.
If I drink too fast, I get shaky, anxiety. Like, you know what? That and that's fine. I think that's like a just some people intake things like caffeine substantially different. That's all. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Some people like there's a lot of people that are like that. I think I've just conditioned my body to deal with it. Mostly because of just like weird schedules and stuff.
Appeared out of
I'm still
place.
gonna have a weird schedule. Like I'm on such a weird schedule right now. I wish I could explain.
Tesla itself,
Girl,
some cars have doors where there's
I was up at 4:30 this morning for like 4 hours, and I laid back down.
a metal frame.
It's not
around
healthy.
The glass window. Was there a metal frame around the glass window for this Tesla door?
No, not for where the window would be for the door. The window was kind of by itself.
I've been taking my meds at weird times, so that's partially why.
Into the frame.
How late I'm taking them.
Kyle Miller.
Okay, skill, please. Skill, please.
You want to get
Yeah,
them
I can go
ready?
get it. I have
All right.
Actually,
a few exhibits 6, 8, 10 through.
I do think the ATM is probably not going to be a better upgrade.
Let's take a look at these photographs.
Let me see here. 'Cause this is what? Motherboard? The haste increases.
All rise for the jury.
Yep. Oh, wait. We're back. Back in real time. Okay. Sorry, I had to we had to play that correctly there. You know? ATM helps our income, but
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. We're back on the record. The state can call.
yeah,
a
we'll just
second
grab
witness.
crypto and go.
State call Kyle Mueller.
All right, sir, come on up.
Reload
Stand up,
items,
my clerk
okay.
here, and be sworn in.
Mhm. 1.4, okay. Damn, that crypto shot up quite a bit there. Just for 2 gold, we just made 2 gold off of that. That's A-okay with me. Hold on to our ticket because
Could you please introduce
might
yourself
actually
to the
do
jury?
well for us.
Sure. My name is Kyle Mueller. I'm a forensic scientist section supervisor with the City of Phoenix Police Department Crime Lab.
Out here in a couple
How long
days.
have you worked for the City of Phoenix Crime Lab?
For about 24 years now.
And can you tell us the different duties you have done over those 24 years?
Sure. I started out in the controlled substances section where I analyzed illicit drugs for the presence or absence of an illicit drug. I then transferred to the trace evidence section in 2007.
Sorry, you said illicit drugs more than once,
I
so
was a forensic scientist 2.
very funny to me.
Scientist 3, and then 4, and then now I'm the supervisor. In the trace evidence section, I analyze gunshot residue kits, footwear and tire track impression evidence, fibers, tape, and miscellaneous unknowns.
Can you tell us the education and training you've had in the area of trace evidence specific to GSR, gunshot residue?
Sure. Well, to start, I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry. That's from the University of Arizona. I also have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. I've been trained by senior members of the crime lab, but I've also received several training opportunities for trace evidence, whether it's internal or external where possible. Specifically towards gunshot residue, there's a lot of history in the scientific literature for reading about what GSR is and how it's created. It's also a matter of going through the specific training program with the Phoenix PD Crime Lab. So I went through that. I'm also proficiency.
I got potty real quick.
Can you tell us how long was that training at the city of
Oh, we shoot for either bag of jewels or ticket.
The training is ongoing, but
I guess we'll just
subdiscipline in trace evidence. You need to go through the training program and then become competent in that subdiscipline. So, and for specifically, excuse me, for gunshot residue, it was about 6 to 8 months.
And then you said you have ongoing proficiency training. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Sure. Every year I receive a proficiency test to verify that I'm valid or competent in analyzing gunshot residue.
Well, let's start with then, what is gunshot residue?
Sure. Gunshot residue, or GSR for short, are small metallic particles that are formed from the discharge of a firearm. So when someone shoots a gun, these small particles are made up of the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that are from the primer paste inside the bottom of a cartridge casing. That primer paste essentially is disintegrated, and we're left with these GSR particles that escape from any part of the firearm that's not completely closed in the manufacturing process. There are effectively 3 classifications that we test for gunshot residue. There's characteristic particles that have all 3 elements of lead, antimony, and barium. There's also consistent particles that have 2 of the 3 of those, so lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or antimony and barium. There's also commonly associated particles, and those are just lead particles. So that plume of smoke that you see when you shoot a gun, a lot of that plume, if you will, are these small metallic particles.
When that plume lands on things, is it visible? Can I look over here and say, hey, there's a GSR particle?
No, these are very small. They're anywhere from 5, 10, maybe 5 or 15 microns.
Sorry.
To give you an example, if you were to take a cross section of a human hair, that's around 60 to 90 microns. So these are very small particles. You can't see them with the naked eye. We have a very high-powered microscope in the SEM.
Come on, there we go.
In the trace evidence section called an SEM, and that's what we use for our analysis.
Well, that's tech.
Does it matter if someone fires a handgun or a rifle? Is it going to be the same particles you're looking for?
Those same particles are generated regardless of the caliber.
Yeah, I'll do that for now.
The ammunition used.
Because I think freezing will be better
Elements
for scaling.
Particle.
When someone discharges a gun, what factors might impact whether or
Do you
not
think that that'll make a good difference?
are left on a person or objects around the gun?
Well, you can imagine when someone shoots a gun, it's kind of like that plume of smoke that's generated. It's kind of like smoking a cigarette. That plume of smoke is going to travel one way or the other based on if you're outside, if you're inside, if you're and it's a windy day or if it's raining. So if you're in an enclosed space, depending on and where the wind velocity is, it's going to depend on where.
Okay, burner would have been better.
So if a person fires a gun from inside a vehicle while it's parked, would you in general expect to find GSR particles?
What's the cooldown? 6.
Yes, it's certainly possible.
Okay. Can GSR particles over time get lost or removed from whatever object they have attached to after the gun is discharged?
So these particles, like I said before, they're like a fine metallic dust. They don't have a half-life. They don't decay over time. They don't evaporate. They're simply just washed away. So if GSR particles are found on an object, they will stay there indefinitely until they're washed away.
Okay. Have you seen cases where GSR was found inside a vehicle weeks or months after someone has fired a gun inside that car?
It's possible, yes.
Case where it's alleged that a person was inside a rear portion of a Jeep and fired a rifle out the back window. Would it be within the normal scope of possibilities to locate GSR on the windows of that vehicle a month after the shooting?
It's possible, yes.
Would it be impacted if, say, someone went in the Jeep and sprayed some Windex and cleaned off all the windows? Would that then remove it?
Yes, it would possibly remove any GSR.
Oh, yeah, okay.
When we're talking about collection of an item that's not immediately after the discharge, does the fact of someone cleaning or not cleaning the area around the
Yeah, that makes a huge difference. Yeah.
potential to collect those particles?
Yes, it would potentially remove those particles.
Of course.
Can you tell us, in general, what you are provided with and then how you look for GSR particles with the kit you are given?
Sure. Depending on the case, a general GSR kit has vials inside of that kit. They're labeled usually about where they are collected from. There's essentially a plastic vial, and when you open up, when you open up the cap to that plastic vial, on the inside of that cap is a small aluminum stub that has effectively sticky tape on it. And that tape is used to sample an area.
Please.
The portion being, or the idea behind that is that if you have GSR on an area, whether it's someone's hands or an inanimate object, you would then stub that sample, and then any GSR on that sample will then be transferred to that stub. Now, those GSR stubs are then introduced as evidence into the laboratory, and that's where I come in and I test that evidence. So the GSR vials,
scaling as fast as possible.
They come in a GSR kit that's labeled depending on the evidence.
Come on.
Start my note taking.
We got this.
Regarding what the GSR labels say, where they're taken from, and then I
Poison.
take those stubs out of those vials.
Dualtron.
An instrument called an SEM.
DJ Robot. Okay. I don't even think it's this name. I'm probably dead naming him.
Electron.
My bad.
With energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy.
Can we get off fast enough here?
So essentially what I'm
Yes.
doing is I'm introducing those stubs
Right.
into that SEM.
Okay, good.
Magnifier microscope, the
Let's go. We got 2 rank points and 2 chests now.
with
We can do this. We're doing decent.
For looking for GSR particles. The program then generates a report of what it found, and then I go back typically the next day and try to determine if these were actual GSR particles that were detected by the instrument or whether they were not. And then I compile my report with my results.
You told us earlier that there are 3 different elements you are looking for. What is the significance of locating 1, 2 of them together, or all 3 of those elements together in one particle?
So one particle that has
2 blowgun traps.
is called characteristic, meaning that is unlikely to have come from any other source in the environment other than from the discharge.
We were a little bit faster. So everything goes off.
So a consistent particle is 2 of those elements. So lead and antimony, or lead and barium, or antimony and barium. And those are consistent particles, meaning that while they
Just pick up too fast, faster than blow darts.
they're also found in the environment. Lead is a commonly associated with particle, and while it's found in the environment, it's also found in, again, GSR, this plume of smoke that we see when someone discharges a weapon.
So you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January of 2020, were you provided with 2 GSR collection kits from the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And were those marked with the Gilbert property identification numbers of 645-886?
Yes, we'll take on it.
888?
Yes.
I forgot what relics come from what.
Analyze these.
I was.
When you receive those, do you note whether or not they are integrity seals have been kept there and that they are still properly sealed when they arrive to you?
Yes, I do.
And were they still properly sealed with all integrity seals on them?
Yes, they were.
But I didn't survive.
Now, the kits or the vials, do those come inside their own container, and then each vial itself is also...
I don't have any relics.
With
Here comes with the weakest, but it's all right.
So the vials themselves that have the GSR stubs in them aren't individually sealed. They're usually anyway 3 to 4 of a pack, if you will, of vials. And then inside of that, or excuse me, those vials are then inside another envelope, which is inside the GSR kit.
Do the vials, though, have their own, I guess you indicated label, tape, whatever we want to say, going around them indicating what each one is from?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, when you received those 2 kits, each of the vials had their own tape with the labeling and then were packaged in sealed packaging.
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were provided with these 2 items, these 2 kits, did you, can you tell us what your initial process was?
Sure. I received notification from the Gilbert Police Department of where exactly these GSR vials were collected, so I could get a better idea of what to test first. So I got that information, and then I started my analysis on one of the GSR kits. From 3 of the vials were from
Various fish.
The Jeep, specifically the windows.
Why did you want to test the windows of the Jeep
Hi, fishy.
versus the
Okay, fishy, I see you.
back of the seats of the Jeep?
Jesus Christ. Scared of your shit right there. Yeah, that's why. Look at that.
Because they're more
Nefarious indeed you are.
with an item that would previously had.
Ow.
You know, if GSR is on the inside of a window, unless it's been cleaned, it would probably be there still.
Be metronome. Okay.
The GSR
Get me good.
that you decided to test, did that contain stubs from the passenger side interior back window?
I just don't think it's.
Passenger side interior window and the driver's side interior window.
Yes.
I assume you used the same process with the SEM microscope that you described?
Yes, that's correct.
and then you independently confirm whether or not what the microscope located is in fact the items it indicates?
Correct.
For this one, starting with the passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles in that collection kit commonly associated with GSR?
Yes.
I decided if I want to take on.
Commonly associated, what does that mean?
That means those are lead particles.
Okay, so just the single individual.
I'm gonna try to get the skill.
You found those on that stub.
Correct.
So for that same passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles consistent with GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, just so we understand, what does consistent with GSR mean?
We hit what we were shooting for.
The elements.
We just got to now get what we wanted.
And do you in fact even note how many of those particles you find?
What's crazy is I need to upgrade this.
When
I haven't
you are
upgraded my
looking
core
for
yet.
Those, do you count every single one on the entire stub? Or do you at some point say that's enough to show they're there?
After 10, essentially, I stop. So if it's anything less than 10, I count and put that in my notes.
All right. When you were looking at this passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles that were
Almost
characteristic
bought.
of
Wasted money.
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. Give me a core upgrade, please.
That means it
When you
has
freeze.
one particle that has the elements of lead, antimony, and barium. That is kind of a round or amorphous
Freeze.
morphology that is characteristic of being from the discharge of.
We have it. Have it as boost as we can get it. Help scaling.
You located the commonly associated, consistent with, and characteristic particles. What was your conclusion as to the kit that was used to collect from the passenger side interior back window?
See, I'm already done with my.
Again, that area
Can.
of the Jeep was is consistent with being in the vicinity of a discharged firearm, or even coming into contact with something that had GSR on it.
Was one of the other files that we discussed?
Oh, fiery rebirth. I was like, what?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Did you
Fuck.
find any particles commonly
That's
associated?
that's the skill that'll get us.
Yes, I did.
How about consistent with or
That'll
characteristic
get us.
of?
No, I did not.
So what was your conclusion?
Okay, crazy
as
thought.
to that vial where you just had particles commonly associated with GSR?
Do this, right?
To back up, when
Then we go.
put together my report, I took the results from all 3 samples that I tested and made my conclusion on that. If I'm looking at individual vials, so the vial that we just spoke about that had just the commonly associated with, that means that, again, a discharged weapon could have occurred within the vicinity of that sample being taken, but it could also come from an environmental source as well. But
I guess we can try to see what comes out of this.
In a vehicle where a gun is discharged and the samples aren't collected till about a month later, why is it important to look at multiple locations?
Well, so when
Okay.
the gun is discharged,
All right.
from smoke, that
Another
those GSR particles are going to travel anywhere.
freezer.
Potentially
Right.
inside
Okay.
of that vehicle. So
Isochronic
those areas
freezer.
potentially have GSR on them. So when I when I performed my analysis on those samples, really
Fuck
finding
yeah. All
where they are
tech.
specifically in the Jeep isn't really an indication that something happened. It was just finding any in the Jeep. So it doesn't really matter where they originated or where I found them. It's just that.
Thank you, Curio.
So you're really just looking to see, are those characteristic particles present within this Jeep that would indicate that a gun may have been discharged within that vehicle?
That is correct.
So we talked about 2 of the 3 vials. Was the third vial the driver's side interior window?
Yes.
Did you find particles commonly associated with GSR on that vial from the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
Did you find particles consistent with
Okay.
GSR on that driver's side?
Cool.
Yes.
And did you find particles characteristic of GSR on that driver's side passenger or driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
driver's side passenger window. It doesn't make sense. Because she caught herself. She's like, my bad.
Different
Sorry.
areas within that Jeep, were you then able to reach an overall conclusion as to this vehicle where these kits were taken from?
Yes, I was.
What
There
was
we go.
the conclusion?
That the inside of the vehicle was again in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged or came into contact with an item that had GSR.
And then given the location.
Okay, they got more health. Ooh, they have an obsidian railgun.
That was done.
Yeah, that's a little scary.
Places where
Yeah, because of that.
usually the areas may not have been washed.
Fast tech.
Correct.
And when you were talking about something coming into
And turbo
with
crit core.
those locations,
Damn.
are you also thinking about the fact that if someone puts a gun in their car, it's not usually on a window?
2 rank points though.
I wouldn't test like the back seat of a vehicle,
Two shit.
knowing that someone used that vehicle to go hunting or go to a shooting range in case they put their firearm in the back of their vehicle.
So if the collection had only been, for instance, of the seats of the vehicles, that may have been less, that may have played into your conclusion some?
My first initial analysis, yes.
In this case, because you were looking at windows in this vehicle, were those stubs
Oh, shit.
specifically
Hold on.
chosen by you?
We gotta start
because
the
they were
Twitch stream.
windows that were collected?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Okay, cool. We're live on both. Sweet. Deadly ladle. This toxic succulents.
A few questions. Mr. Mueller, you had said that a gun may have been discharged in this vehicle. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. And
Hi, hey, there you go.
just so I understand.
There you are. I got both chats up, so.
The 3 particles altogether, right?
Yes.
Antimony, barium, and lead, all 3 make it actually GSR. Is that correct?
So there's 3 classifications. All 3 of those elements in one particle is considered a characteristic particle, which is considered a GSR particle. But there's also
I would say, how are you, Nikki? But I was just
particles that I
talking to you. And you
also considered GSR.
hey, what's up, Jesse? How you doing, buddy?
Right. And so in your report, you say they're also
How you been?
from a number of relatively
Hopefully well.
non-firearm sources. Is that also correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are the
Cool. We needed that
non-firearm
boosted.
sources? Could you tell me some of those?
Sure. For lead,
Give me a thing. Oh, okay. Extract. All right, I'll take it.
It can still be used in solder or varying manufacturing facilities. The 2 component particles are less common, but they also
Okay.
maybe some cosmetics or fireworks.
Hey, good. Good to hear. We love that.
Okay. So would you
Love to hear
find
that shit.
Actual GSR where all 3 elements were together in fireworks? Like if a firework went off in the vicinity?
No, ma'am.
You would never find GSR after fireworks?
3
I
component
think doing the max health is more worth.
Either consistent or commonly associated?
It's possible depending on the firework.
Okay. What about from brake dust?
What you been up to? Been playing games, working, school.
Fertilizer.
Been a little bit since we chatted.
I'm not familiar with fertilizer having those specific elements.
What about hairspray?
I'm not familiar with hairspray being or having those components.
Okay.
She's not hitting very well here. She's swinging and missing.
Of the kits that you tested, of the stubs that you had that you actually tested, how many
That's rough.
particles did you find together, grouped together?
So 2, one on the driver's side and one on the passenger side on the inside windows.
So just 2?
Correct.
And so if a firearm were to be shot in the back of the Jeep, would
Oh,
you
good. Mental health is a good priority to have, in my opinion. Insanely good priority to have.
How many particles are actually there? I'm essentially getting a sample of
You know, you got that should be like in your top 3 priorities
really pertinent to my
of stuff. You know, we should go like mental health, skincare, and work.
Got the stubs.
Generally, you could cycle around work and skincare, but mine's skincare too.
What you ended
Number
up
2.
Analyzing later, you wouldn't have any control over that, right?
correct. I didn't collect the stubs.
Okay. So out of the 2 that you found, out of how many stubs did you actually analyze? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I analyzed 3. In total, there were 8 collected.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
We'll do that. I think that the golden piggy bank might be a little bit more beneficial. Boosting bushels, nice.
For the character.
Can I get barbed wire, please? Barbed wire.
Did you find one of those in the passenger side interior back?
I've been trying to keep you on my mental health as well, though.
Find 2 of those characteristic particles in the driver's side interior.
What games you been playing? Yes. Like in a little bit of gaming.
You were asked about some different things like hairspray and brake dust. Are those things that would create the 3 particle characteristic items that we're talking about that are characteristic of GSR?
No, they would not.
So no matter how much
We're just here to build up
you're not
succulents, poison.
stuck together into a particle.
See, I haven't touched GTA online for a while, but it hasn't been on my radar.
Characteristic particle.
No, ma'am.
Most online games with other people is not on my radar.
Find the fact that it's there is what's important,
I would imagine so.
because when you find the particles that have all 3 of those, that is what's the most meaningful of all of this.
Yes.
And that's because for
Save our gold.
single just lead, we could
You know
for
what?
some reason why that might be there, right?
Honestly, yeah, sometimes you have to take a break from story games. Which is kind of, you know, play with other people.
Characteristic particles, that means it's gunshot residue.
Correct. And the reason why I list out the other 2 classes, if you will, the consistent and
Actually, it's better for us.
because I expect to see all 3 types in the discharge of a firearm.
So when we are looking for the discharge of a firearm in a, we'll call it vehicle,
The tuba.
we're talking about here, you wouldn't expect to only find the characteristic particles.
No, I would not.
You would expect to find the single particles, the 2 combination, and all 3 together.
That's correct.
Exactly what you found here.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
I've been doing a lot of games that like Power Wash Sim, this, Oxygen not included, which we probably play after the game. Probably play 1 or 2 for the Twitch channel. %. Crew. I don't think it's worth. We get golf clubs. Yo though.
All right, sir, come on up.
My eyes are shit.
Stand right here in front of my clerk. Be sworn in.
Tiny bit here. In the 4 second one.
seat to my left.
MMO, yeah. Kind of want to try doing Awakening. I saw stuff for that. I don't know if it's my speed, but if it is your speed, I suggest it. It's just I like I said, I can't invest in MMOs and stuff, unfortunately.
Ray from the CO. I'm employed with the Rexburg Police Department.
Unfortunately,
Where's Rexburg Police Department?
but that's because like I do a lot of this
Down in southeast Idaho.
of like
How long have you worked for the Rexburg
Court.
Police Department?
reporting
I've
stuff.
been with Rexburg since 2001.
And
You might enjoy this one. I don't know.
jobs or duties over the years at that department?
Sure. I started in patrol in 2001 as a normal patrolman. I worked patrol for about 18 years before I was promoted to detective in 2019.
I would love Yo-Yo, but I don't think it's gonna be worth.
Numerous certificates. I currently hold a supervisor certificate and an advanced certificate through Post Academy.
I know. Yeah, outside, yeah, you're not wrong. There's a lot to do outside.
I currently
Goddamn right.
a lieutenant over the detective division.
So
See, I still get outside though because of work.
as a detective in Rexburg, how big is that city?
Rexburg is roughly probably 40,000.
Okay. How many detectives are there?
Currently, we have 7 detectives for the 40,000 people.
And back in
That's
2019?
interesting. That's a lot.
About the same, 7.
And did you cover sort of any investigations in every investigation as a detective in Rexburg?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you.
Okay,
to
so
2019.
interesting. Give.
Did you speak with a detective, Nolan McDermott, from the Gilbert Police Department here in Arizona?
I did.
Were you asked to aid the Gilbert Police Department by locating and impounding a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD 0997?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided with an address where that Jeep might be located?
I was.
Are you familiar with
Okay.
565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, Rock Creek townhomes.
Okay. So those are townhomes. Are there multiple units there?
Correct.
Were you provided with a unit 175 that would potentially be relevant to this case?
Yes, I was told that 175 was where I needed to focus. 175, 174.
When you were given this information, were you
Ground skill.
provided with a probable cause statement from Detective McDermott?
I was on November 1st of 2019.
And knowing that you were going to be looking for this Jeep to seize it, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So on November 1st, did you go out to 565 Pioneer Road, Unit
did.
175?
Yes, we did.
Did you go with someone else?
I'm sorry, could
Sure.
you repeat that?
Did you go with someone else or were you by yourself?
No, I went with other detectives.
And what did you do
Okay.
when you got up there?
We were asked by
Also, does anybody want to smoke?
perform intermittent surveillance to see if we can locate the 2018.
It's quite nice right now.
So that's exactly what we did. We went out, performed surveillance, and we were unable to locate the Jeep on November 1st.
Now, had you been provided
that's gonna
with the
happen.
name Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Had you
Rather
been
lose
provided with
early
the
now and get my scaling in check.
Were you looking for the Jeep that belonged to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Okay, I was a little confused for a second.
Surveillance of Unit 175, did you take any photos
Yeah,
of
I have-
individuals who you saw going into and out of that residence?
We did. We took a couple photos of some individuals coming out of the garage and going into the garage area of 175.
Did you see that person go into any vehicles?
We did.
Was that a male or female you saw?
That was a female, Lori Vallow.
Do you
Okay.
see that person that you saw going in and out of Unit 175 and getting in and out of the vehicle that you saw in Rexburg, Idaho on November 1st in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She is at the defendant's table in a blue coat with a light.
Okay, let me load a ball then.
red
Sorry,
glasses.
I had to finish that up real quick.
Good job.
Did you, in fact, follow Miss Vallow in a vehicle to?
People were ragging on Lori's hair, calling it rat nest hair. It's kind of funny.
in Rexburg off of Main Street.
He deserves it.
Residents at 175.
What kind of vehicle was she driving at that time?
It's just very funny to me.
Nissan Rogue.
Okay. I've shown defendant exhibits 126 and 127. If I may have my paralegal approach.
Give us bushel. Or golf clubs, actually. We want golf clubs,
Photos of
please.
those. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Can you let me know if you recognize those?
Illegally stole.
Do you recognize those as photos taken from?
We'll collect our money with our clubs.
2019?
You know?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 126 and 127.
My money, old man.
They're admitted. 126, 127.
How many times we gotta tell you, old man?
Told us
All right.
that, if I can have the Elmo.
I'm like 30 seconds behind.
That
All right, come on. Give up the golf clubs. Give up the valuables. Cheers. Who did that one?
Showing here exhibit
Oh, hi, Solar. That's huge for us. Oh, hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, right. Your desk is finally there. Let's go.
So, did you find the Jeep that you were looking for?
Wait, so that means game tunes, right?
Jeep with the
That's what I'm getting? Oh, shit.
Did you search the whole complex?
Yo, Bean, thank you. 26 months in a row, it says? Either way, it doesn't matter. Thank you, thank you. 26 fucking months is a long time. Like what? 2.5 years or something?
2019.
Either way, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I look, you know, we'll get your streak back up. I promise.
Located Monday morning, November 4th.
So did you went back to look again on Monday morning to 565 Pioneer Road and you saw the Jeep?
How are you
I was on my way
doing?
home
Both of
from the
you.
gym, and
Both of you lovely
I
fuckers.
saw the Jeep parked outside of apartment 175.
What did you do when you saw it?
I
What the hell?
had seize the Jeep and tow it to our impound lot.
Is that an internal or external lot?
We have both external and internal, but we towed it and put it inside our impound lot. Inside.
Did you let the Gilbert Police Department know you had located?
We'll get better pickles.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you attempt to contact Lori Vallow to let her know you took the Jeep?
We did several times that day. We made attempts to
Hopefully you guys are doing well.
let
Me free
Ms.
XP.
Vallow know that we had her Jeep in case they wondered if it was stolen or impounded. And we were unable at any time to make contact with Miss Vallow. And
I gotta finish this bulb.
And nobody had called the police department stating their Jeep was missing either.
So you never received a call from Lori Vallow to report her Jeep stolen?
No.
Never got a call from Alex?
Which is not usual, but I'm glad. I'm glad Bean's adulting. It's okay. I was just seeing how you guys were doing. Both of you. That's all.
Do you?
It was just a question of you two.
For them to come directly.
How well you're doing.
Be able to process the
You could
Jeep.
probably answer it for both of you guys.
Did you in fact?
Be honest,
search
but,
warrant for them to be
you
able
know.
to take things like DNA swabs and GSR kits and things like that?
Yes.
Come on,
Were you
poison.
present when that search warrant was executed on November 18th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Were you just watching?
Let's go.
Processing.
That's correct.
Not in time.
When you were there on November 18th, as well as when you impounded the Jeep, did you note anything about the tinting on the rear windows of that Jeep?
I noticed that the tinting on the Jeep was extremely dark. It appeared
Ah,
darker than
shit.
State law allows.
Yeah.
from the outside, trying to look inside, were you able to see into the vehicle?
Not unless I got right up to the window.
Did you learn during this investigation that that Jeep had been taken to Dan Moss's tinting on September 25th to have those windows tinted?
I did learn that later on in the investigation.
Damn. Okay.
Okay. But at that time, you did not know that.
That's correct.
On December 18th of 2019 was a second search warrant executed on that Jeep Wrangler.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you author that search warrant as well?
I did.
And were you again present for the execution of that search warrant?
Let's see here.
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken of?
I think we do this for a second.
Yes, they
Yeah, because I figured it was something that we didn't want.
Seats inside the Jeep.
Yes.
When the Jeep was being processed on December 18th and photographs were taken of the receipts, did you note
That gains it anyway. Okay.
that was related to, or that came from Arizona?
Yes, I did.
Come on, we need
Notice a receipt
augmented
that
weaponry.
was from October 1st of 2019.
Yes, I did.
Understanding that you were being asked by the Gilbert Police to investigate a shooting on October 2nd, did you feel that was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
The succulence has been kind of decent. Won't lie. Finding it in shop is difficult, but you know.
Shown the defendant exhibits 128 through 134, if I can have my paralegal approach.
Oh, cool. You actually could use that here a little bit. Give me a couple more hours. We got to sell our masterpiece.
Do you recognize
In no time.
photos taken of the Jeep from the search warrant that was executed
Like now.
on December 18th of 2019?
So that way we can gain this.
128 through 134?
Any objection?
Sell our pickles at a good price. Regen, sure. Save our money a little bit. Man, that's exciting that Bean's setting up
Some overall
desk.
photos of this Jeep.
Yes, that's correct.
Have our
In
bean.
129,
We have our bean
you
bag.
see a tag from Texas that also reflects the license plate number up here, the LWD 0997.
Yes.
Is this, again, the side to show that dark tinting on that?
Correct.
That's the license plate that was on the Jeep that you impounded.
Okay, all right.
Does that show the whole back of the Jeep?
Yes.
I know you were present both on November.
Works for me so far.
December 18th, a month later.
So this is the Jeep that was used, supposedly.
Processed with this tire on it. Were you guys able to open that rear window while the tire was still on the Jeep?
No, we weren't able to.
And then is this the other side of the Jeep itself?
Correct.
In Exhibit 134, does this show sort of different receipts and stuff found in the Jeep itself?
Yes.
And does that include focus? A receipt from Los Favoritos at 5351 South Power Road in Mesa,
I
Arizona.
love how there's like these restaurants with the goofiest names that are like super incriminating freaking stuff.
And although it's getting
It's
blurry
just
here, is it
so funny to me.
13-12 hours?
Yes, it is.
So goddamn funny.
So this receipt, let me ask you this, from the
Los.
time that you impounded the Jeep
Los Favoritos. Like, it's like, what the fuck?
Custody until this executed search warrant on December 18th.
Yes, it was.
And so this Jeep that you impounded on November 4th had a receipt from October 1st of 2019 at 13:12 hours from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona.
That's correct.
Oh, it's near you guys, right?
And you were aware at that time that Brandon Boudreau had been shot at on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was from the day before.
Right.
When you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, you told us that you had done some surveillance from November 1st until you recovered the Jeep on November 4th. Later in November, did you have some additional time to do surveillance at the 565 Pioneer Road? Specifically November 26th.
Yes, we did.
On November 26th, did you have contact with a person by the name of Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
On November 26th of 2019, who did you understand that?
I think we just do this.
Lori Vallow.
Lori's current husband.
So that our poison stacks up
Was there
more.
anyone with Chad Daybell when you saw him on November 26th?
It was also Lori's brother, Alex Cox, that was with Chad Daybell at that time.
Can you describe for us the circumstance you saw these two on November 26th? Where were they? Were they around a vehicle, around a townhome?
So when we made contact with Chad, and Alex, they were unloading Alex's pickup truck, unloading items from the back of it into the garage of apartment 175. And that's when I initially made contact with both of them.
You said that they were getting out of a vehicle. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a gold Ford pickup truck.
Can you give me golf clubs upgrade? No.
F-150?
Yes.
You're gonna give me something better than cash register.
It did have Arizona plates. I believe
Were they, I guess, personalized plates?
they were personalized.
Was that a CPQUINT?
Yes, CP Quint.
At this time, when you are at this apartment complex on November 26th, is it your understanding that Lori Vallow is living at those Rock Creek townhomes?
I was really hoping we find golf clubs.
Was it your understanding at that time that
Rewards card is okay.
was
Get rid
living
of.
in the Rock Creek townhomes
Oh wait, I'm gonna get water here in a second.
on November 26th?
At that time, yes, we knew he was at the Rock Creek townhomes.
Dude, they're so quiet.
Shown the defendant exhibit 135. I could have my paralegal approach.
Like, I wish I could explain how quiet they're being. You guys can see my like meters.
Thank you.
Is that just sort of an aerial overview of the Rock Creek apartments that we're talking about
Yes, it is.
at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that show where Unit 175?
God, that's a rough one.
It does.
State will move to admit 135.
Any objection?
Just foundation, Your Honor.
135 is admitted.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
Okay. So we see here this is Pioneer Road. Is this the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, it is.
Using Exhibit 135, are you able to tell us approximately where Unit 175 is located?
Is there a pointer I can use, or?
Could he point to the TV behind you?
Look behind.
If you could get up and,
Go ahead.
thank you.
Yeah.
So if you could point to, yeah,
175, the back of 175 is roughly here, front door is this way. So the garage where I first made contact with Alex and Chad both were right back here.
You know what?
Jack,
Let me.
maybe if you could go to this side. Sorry, just the other side so the jury doesn't hear you. Thank you.
I hurt my ear.
The Jeep
Anybody else's?
parked in a stall right here.
So that's where you located it on the 4th, and that's right near the 175 you were describing?
Correct, right in front of the 175 garage.
Now, you told us that you also knew that at that time Alex Cox was living at the Rock Creek Townhomes. Can you show us where that was, what unit that was, approximately?
107 is where Alex Cox was living, and it was roughly here, the front door to 107.
Okay. During this time, on November 26th, did you learn that a Melanie Boudreau was also living at the Rock Creek Townhomes?
Yes, I did.
What unit did she live in?
She lived in 174, which is right next door to Ms. Vallow's residence.
Thank you. You can be seated now.
I wonder what happens if it transform the pickle.
Did you,
I think we lose this. Taking.
I guess, were documentation obtained
Maybe,
along with
no.
an affidavit for the rental
Oh, barely.
application for Lori
Barely.
Valley to live at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes.
Oh, holy, barely.
Did the documentation show her as renting unit 107?
Yes, it showed Lori Vallow as the renter of apartment 107.
Did you ever see her over at apartment 107?
No, I didn't.
So on November 1st, you saw her at 175?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 162, which is pursuant to 803 and 902 with the affidavit authenticating them from the custodian of records.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
Can you
Fill
give
that for the property.
162.
162 submitted.
So
that.
162, we see the application for Lori Vallow to rent 565 Pioneer Road, number 7. Is that correct?
Number 107, yes.
107. And that was
It'd be
submitted on
cool
August
if
13th?
could eat.
Correct, the way I understand it.
And did that indicate a vehicle, a
But-
Jeep Wrangler with the LWD 0997?
Not really gonna help us.
Yes,
That's the Jeep that you impounded on the 4th?
that's correct.
And did it also indicate a Nissan Rogue Blue, no license plate at that time?
Correct.
I'll grab water after
And is that
this
type of vehicle
game.
that you had seen Lori
I was hoping
Vallow
they'll take a break here soon,
driving when you were doing surveillance on
but I
the
doubt
1st
it.
of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you told us that.
And they got a lot of regen, but
in this.
also got a lot of burn.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know if
Boys.
what unit he rented in his paperwork? Was it 175?
Yes, Alex was a renter in apartment 175.
Now, we're talking about November 26, where you're doing some surveillance. You have interactions with Chad Daybell and with Alex Cox outside of Unit 175.
Correct.
Did you go to Unit 105 to see if Lori Vallow was there?
We went to unit 107,
107, yeah, I'm sorry.
see if Lori was there, and there was nobody there at that apartment.
were you aware then that the rental paperwork for Alex Cox, along with an affidavit authenticating those records,
We do want middle.
in the normal course of business, was obtained from the Rooftop Real Estate Management Company?
I don't have any
for Alex
properties.
Cox's, rental of Unit 175.
I don't want to pay for gumballs
We didn't
either.
obtain that on the
Be honest.
26th of November, but later throughout the investigation, yes, ma'am.
Correct. State will move to admit those pursuant to 803 and 902, Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
I think 7 seconds too long. And burn.
So, although this is a tough
You want the
thing to read,
skill.
you see the 26th day of August of 2019, Alexander Cox.
Yes.
And does the letter from the Realty Management say that Alex Cox had rented 565 Pioneer at Unit 175?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that on the 26th of November,
Easy.
you had contact with Chad Daybell and Alex Cox near.
I need to level up my bushel more.
Did you go to Unit 175 to see if anyone was inside there?
We knocked on apartment 175. We also knocked on apartment 174, which is where Lori's niece lived, to see if maybe they were over there. And we were unable to make contact with anybody at all three apartments.
Okay.
Betting there. Him too. That sucks for him.
Next day, on November 27th, were
They're just trying to make contact.
executed on units 107, 174, and 175.
Yes, they were.
Was anyone home in any three of these residents when they were executed?
I'll just sell it.
No, there was not.
Don't need
Talk
boots.
about Unit 107, the one that was in the rental paperwork rented to Lori Vallow. Can you describe for us what you saw when you went into that unit?
Apartment 107 was completely vacant. It looked like everybody had moved out. There wasn't anything in the entire apartment, so. we
Uh-oh.
assumed because it was vacant.
So no
That's-
furniture,
No, ma'am.
That's nuts.
groceries,
Nothing.
That's not a good look for her.
Be moved in for a new tenant.
okay?
Right, because they had moved out so quickly.
When you went into Unit 175, where you had seen Miss Vallow going into previously after making.
'Cause I don't know if they
the
actually
done
stayed there long.
First, what did it look like inside that unit?
So
If at
175
all.
was different. There was furniture, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator, beds.
Okay. Tortuga's really hard to
It
beat.
looked like somebody was living there. But as we went upstairs into the master bedroom and other bedrooms, the entire closet was completely empty, other than just empty hangers. So it looked like somebody had just grabbed everything hanging. There were no clothes, and just took off with what they had.
This is extra
Were
crit.
photographs taken inside Unit
Well over 50?
565 of Pioneer, or I'm sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 175 during that search warrant?
Yes, photos.
Path of flames, please. Blow dark.
Did each of these units have their own garage as well?
They did.
They think that we can get the burn going and poison going.
Of that residence.
Enough here right now.
Inside Unit 175.
Don't make me that.
Documentation and they're relating to.
That was a bad idea.
Renting a storage unit for Lori Vallow.
Fuck.
Yes, we did. We found a rental agreement in the
Ouch.
master bedroom on what I believe to be was a copier.
Oh, Ready or Not's a good one.
Address of the storage unit, self-storage plus.
Not too bad of one.
Also,
Honestly, I've seen a couple of people play it.
C52.
I wonder if the
Not my jam, but can understand why people would enjoy it.
paralegal can approach. And is that showing sort of the outside of the unit and then a photograph of that document that you located?
Understandable.
Told us about.
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 136.
Oh, that's gonna be exciting though. That's hella fucking exciting, dude. Fuck yeah. I love that for you.
No objection.
136 through 138 are admitted.
Okay. So 137, do we see the front of units 175? Oops.
Yes, cut off.
May
just a
pull
little.
out.
There you go. Yes, 175. It's the one with the toys out front.
Where would 174 be in relation to this?
To the left of that apartment.
Double healing. Philippines. Hey, you know what though?
So
Philippines is still fun. Still exciting to go to.
was technically rented to Alex Cox, but inside it
But I can
had
see why you'd be anxious.
some indicia of Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
I'm putting up 138. So when we see this, we see at the top you said C52. Is that a storage unit location?
That's the number of the storage unit at the storage location, correct?
Okay. And down here, do we see a date when this was executed?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
And what name is on this?
Lori Ryan.
Did you learn in your investigation that Lori Vallow, before she became Lori Vallow, was Lori Ryan?
That's correct.
So she was Lori Ryan, then Lori Vallow, and now Lori Daybell?
Correct.
Ooh, 7. Let's go. How are you, Bubba?
Storage facility.
That's super hype, honestly.
Self-storage plus at 433 Airport Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in
It
relation?
is a long ass
to
flight. God damn, it's a long ass
Pioneer
flight.
Road? Is it far away?
No, it's roughly
Yeah, we're gonna upgrade
half a mile
it.
north. If you stay on Pioneer,
Okay,
you'll
so
go right into
3 gold.
Airport Road. It is on the north side of Main Street, so about a half a mile away.
It's worth it.
Inside the residence, did you see any like women's clothing?
Oh,
or
yeah.
things like that that appeared to be
Not too
consistent
bad.
with
You know,
Lori Vallow?
can't complain.
And I know
Not a whole lot. We've just been doing
We found women's clothing.
doing
in
motherfucking
the
stream
garage
stuff most of the day.
In apartment 175.
Holy shit.
So in the garage, can you describe for us what the garage was like? I mean, what did you see when you went into the garage? Was there cars in there?
No, so in the garage of 175, there were boxes. It appeared people had been moving into the garage.
Okay, so Vanessa's not our,
So they were
or Pig's not our
plastic
grace.
full of various items. There were boxes full
Yeah, you
of
just gotta
clothes.
drink water, man.
There were prepper.
Which I guess
barrels,
Philippines is not as easy, but I guess, but I don't know. Never been over there,
various
so.
different things that people had. It looked like people had moved in.
So in addition to
Trying to get my pig back, you know, Bubba?
furniture and clothing and all sorts of stuff, did you?
Okay, let me go
Paperwork
potty, refill my cup.
that was related
You guys listen to this.
Cox?
We did.
Things like passports and bills.
Correct.
Did you find any?
Oh god, I had a 10 win earlier on the YouTube stream.
Several weapons in the garage.
Oh, I had such a beefy fucking railgun that I had all game. I just had scaled up.
Rifle barrel come out of the
It just
Jeep
had
Wrangler.
worked, pivoted so well. And I had a 7 win on ranked for my free ticket, so
Were
I'll be
you
right back though.
looking for any rifles when you were going through that garage?
Yes, we were.
Did you photograph all of those?
We did.
I've shown defendant exhibits 139 through 159. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize all of those as photos of sort of the indicia of Alex Cox, as well as the various weapons that were located in the garage of Unit 175?
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 139 through 159.
Any objection?
Just cumulative, Your Honor. There's like 20-something of those. I don't know how many they actually need.
Can I look at them? All right, they're admitted.
Need to stack up more.
And I think I called you
Tickets.
detective earlier. I apologize, Lieutenant. To be clear, Unit
Oh,
175
I forgot to
was
grab
rented
shit
by
for my
correct.
Correct.
Lucas.
But on November 1st, you saw Lori Vallow going into that unit.
Correct.
You saw her Nissan Rogue in the garage,
Correct.
and you found her Jeep Wrangler
I mean, you could.
parked near Unit 175.
That's correct.
And 107 that she rented was on the other side of the complex.
Correct.
Was she ever seen in any of
That'd
the
be kinda fun.
stores over at 107?
No.
Honestly, at the end of the day, that'd be kind of hell of
In the
fun.
garage, I'm going to put up exhibit 139. Did you find indicia such as Alex Cox's
Just for okay, I guess you could.
and things like credit cards for him,
Correct.
tax paperwork for Alex
I don't
Cox,
know if I love
mail for
Resident Evil
Alex
out.
Cox? As you
I have
going through
nodders.
all of this
What do you mean?
paperwork in the garage, we can see a little bit here where
Oops.
there's bins of belongings that appeared to be his in the garage.
Yeah, that's what we assumed. It was his. It was mixed in with his personal effects.
Okay. So you also found clothing in there that appeared to be male,
Yes.
and then
There. Oh,
furniture.
Correct.
it's added.
You told us that you were looking for any types of weapons. So I have Exhibit 145. Did you see sort of a rifle in a case, and 146 showing that rifle?
Yes.
You're biased to them. I mean, I get that.
Do we see in 147 another case?
It's never been my thing, I guess.
And 148, and then 149 showing that rifle.
Correct.
What's this?
That's a scope.
Was there
Oh shit!
anything
Yeah, that's the
on
gun.
these rifles that,
Oh, damn.
that you could attach a silencer or anything onto the end?
Yes, there were a few rifles that had threaded barrels. In this photograph,
I like horror, but more on the movie side.
That was a threaded barrel that you could screw a silencer.
Like we watch quite a few horror films. We watch we watch two every week,
This is sort of some
every
close-up
Sunday at
that
least.
seem to have its own.
We just watched Smile this weekend. Smile 1 and 2. It was really good.
Correct.
Really impressed. I enjoyed it.
And then showing sort of.
I like the uniqueness of the concept.
Was there in that bag ammunition with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there boxes of ammunition?
What the?
Was there all kinds of ammunition?
That's a lot, yeah.
Were there
Yeah.
extra rifle barrel parts?
See, I didn't see him in cinema, but I'm trying to get better about that. We've just been I also enjoy watching them with other people though too.
Of the rifles that were located.
Yes.
So we see in 156.
I can watch so many more at home. Thankfully.
157.
I think I'm fixing that though. I just need to wait to see what's going to happen with work, how many hours I'm going to be getting.
158,
for stuff.
another rifle that was located.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 159, what do we see here and here? Are those extra parts?
Different uppers for rifles, correct.
Okay. So these could
That's-
be changed out with the stock.
That's crazy, man. Why did they have so much? Why did they have all this shit? Like, what the fuck?
We heard
know?
that you also executed a search warrant on 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 170.
Actually, on the
The
nice.
unit you told us was rented by Melanie Boudreau.
Correct.
When you were executing this search warrant, were you aware that Melanie Boudreau had been married to Brandon Boudreau, the individual who was the victim in this case you're helping Gilbert with?
Yes.
I wonder if there's like actually an issue with that.
During this search warrant of Unit 175, you learned that Lori Vallow had rented that Unit C52 at the self-storage.
Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you gotta just hack out.
Right.
Sometimes you just gotta hack out like a bunch of fucking shows, movies, just get them all going.
The surveillance video obtained later from the
Yeah.
self-storage.
You know, they do keep getting worse and worse. That's just kind of the cycle. Unfortunately. So I prefer the movies like Chucky. Chucky's a really good example. So they made a TV show for Chucky, you know, right? They like try to make a TV adaptation. I didn't like it nearly as much as I liked any of the movies in the series. And there was like a stinker or two in the Child's Play series.
That October 3rd?
Like, I don't,
Longer than that, but for our portion, those 3 days.
I don't like that they're humanizing Chucky a lot. I guess that's my issue.
We'll move to admit Exhibit 164 pursuant to the affidavit and Rule 803 and 902.
I don't know. Everybody has their own interests and teach their own, honestly, but
No, Your Honor.
164 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we can publish it and have the detective explain to us some of this.
give me spare exchange.
I apologize, I called you detective again. Sorry.
Nice one, nerd.
Before we start, In these videos, does the storage unit or storage company have numerous channels showing different aspects of the business?
Yes.
Does channel 1 sort of show the parking lot and entrance and exit to the storage unit?
You know, crime shows are fun.
Correct.
I haven't watched
Show a driveway.
I watched many medical shows, but I just haven't really given them much of a chance other than like House. But I don't know if I consider that medical.
Outside of
Exactly.
this row of storage units.
Correct.
Do we have a channel 5 that shows sort of where the vehicles would park to go into where C52 is?
Yes.
And does channel 11 show actually the hallway of where unit C52 is located?
Correct.
You previously told us that you had done that surveillance on November 11th of 2019, and you saw at Unit 175, Lori Vallow getting out of a blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994, correct?
No, we previously did that November 1st.
November 1st.
Okay, I'm glad that he's correcting.
And that's when you followed her and saw her both driving that vehicle as well as parking it at Unit 175.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is not a good look either. He just does better.
These videos, did you see that same blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994
Actually.
coming and going to the storage unit C52?
We did, yes.
Shown defendant.
Yeah, I liked Hotel. I haven't put time in to any of the other seasons.
As stills.
I will admit that.
The surveillance video from that storage unit business showing the Nissan Rogue that you previously have described as seeing Lori Vallow driving on November 1st of 2019.
Yes, I do.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 166 and 167.
Any objection?
God damn it, I had to order.
Admitted.
.166, and this is a closer up of 167. And that's the Nissan Rogue that you saw Lori Vallow in on November 1st driving.
That's correct.
And this is the Nissan Rogue that you see in these videos from the storage unit.
Yes.
No, Hotel is Lady Gaga.
You told us that you also
And she was phenomenal in it.
obtained video from future dates after October 3rd.
Yes, I mean, she was phenomenal in it.
Did you ever see the Ford F-150 with that personalized license plate at the storage facility?
Yes.
Show defendant Exhibit 165. I can have my paralegal approach.
I don't know, I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. Being like a TV show on like mainstream TV to some degree.
Recognize that as a still photo of the vehicle that you saw Alex Cox and Chad Daybell getting out of on November 26th at the Pioneer Road.
Well, yeah, that's like season 12. That.
Yes, I do.
State will
Like, yeah, after like 5 or 6, you kind of run out of like horror ideas to play off of, I guess. Like, I even said this about like the Final Destination series. Like,
the truck with the
like halfway through the Final Destination series, they just got kind of stinky for a couple of movies because they're just like playing on the like whole thing kind of poorly. I've like vocalized about that a few times now.
And is October 1st?
I gotta do
the day
this.
that the document shows you rented the storage unit, correct?
That's correct.
So this is the earliest of the videos you were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through just some of the relevant ones, ending in the 40809. Do you recognize, is this the storage unit we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
No. I think we lose anything actually. Yep.
Right. We see sort of a little wall there with an opening. Is that the entrance back to where the rows of storage units are located?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the vehicle that you have recognized Lori Vallow to have been driving at least on November 1st?
Yes.
Okay, so there's that.
We can go to the 40935 video.
I think we'll be okay.
You see in this video.
Okay, never mind.
A minute, the Nissan come out and a person get out of that vehicle and go into the facility.
Yes.
And where we see the quad pulling up is the entrance into the business, the office located there.
Yes, it is.
And I apologize, we can't go forward. It blacks it out if we try to speed it up.
I know how that goes. That's me right now. I went to bed at like 11. Woke up at like 4:35. Was up for a couple hours and laid back down at like 8. About 2 hours. Not good. Truthfully.
So is this the Nissan Rogue we've been talking about?
Yes.
This. This way. I think that the ruffles will be. You.
We see an individual getting out of the car and going to the office. Do you recognize
We
who
don't
that is?
need showcasing.
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
Lori Vallow.
How do you know that's her? Have you seen her over the last 5 years multiple times?
I've seen her, had interactions with her, so I know that to be Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you recognize the vehicle as well as her?
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh,
Go
snow.
to the 42009 video. And just so we're clear, a lot of these videos may just show the car parked there, but as long as the car was there, you guys obtained it.
Correct.
Do you recognize someone coming out?
Okay, enjoy your lurk.
Hand?
Yes.
And who do you
We are
recognize?
just watching court stuff today.
Was this the only entrance and exit to the storage units, what we see here?
I believe that is, yeah, the only exit and entrance.
So whenever someone comes in or out, we see it on this video.
That's correct.
So then the last video, just to show the car leaving, is that the 43224, if we could show that. So we see her leaving at 2:32 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay. And we talked about other channels. Can we look at channel 3, driveway A, 42331? Channel 3, 42331. Thank you.
No property. But an upgrade for this. We needed that, actually, like really badly.
Can you describe for us here the building and the vehicle there? That's sort of right where we see the 10-1 of 2019. Is that the unit where C52 is located?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Nissan Rogue?
Yes, it is.
This is one angle that we see. We talked about there's also an angle from inside the building, correct?
That's whoop. Oopsies.
And if we can go to, just to show the leaving, 43133.
I don't know if she expected that,
channel.
to be honest. That's fine. We'll get it figured out. Maybe we can transform this like a yo-yo. Old yo-yo would be nice.
So this shows Miss Vallow leaving in her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
We can go to channel 11 to show the inside of the storage unit, 42305. So this is still October 1st, the day she's rented this, correct?
Yes.
Where is unit 52 or C52?
It's at the end of the hallway on the left-hand side from this camera angle.
Is that the unit that we see this person at?
Yes, ma'am.
And although it's far away, do you recognize who that is?
Absolutely.
Who is that?
Lori Vallow.
And when you follow the timestamps of all of these videos together of the vehicle going in, renting the unit, going through, do they all sort of coincide to show her coming from renting the unit to then coming into C52?
They do.
In this video, do we see anyone with Lori Vallow as she's putting bins or whatever into this unit?
No.
So she's by herself on the first.
Correct.
Okay. Obviously, that's not a good look.
And then if we can just show channel 5.
I don't know if we have winging conditions right now.
129. Or 2129.
So,
And if we can stop at around 142140.
at the moment.
Does this show that Nissan Rogue leaving? Oops.
Yes, it does.
And did that show the plate, if we back it up a little, which we don't need to do, CRT 2994?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to go to October 2nd now.
I'm mad that I keep forgetting.
Did you obtain footage that showed Lori Vallow driving that Nissan Rogue back to the storage unit again on October 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And so October 2nd is the day of the shooting?
That's correct.
Starting at channel 1, do we see that Nissan arrive in the 32459 video around 1:25?
I need the freeze to scale skill. We got the snow globe instead. Oh, cool. A fellow Pig King. Yo-yo pig. Down. Fucking arch. Cause you just get so strong. I don't have anything to like scale at the moment. The stone obviously is gonna beat me. Chunk away at my shit here in just a moment. Like Atlas Stone's good if you can scale it up. Just to be patient with it. Okay, so here's our chance.
Is this the Nissan Rogue that belongs to Lori Vallow arriving to the storage facility on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
We can show channel 3, video 32624.
Might be actually just what we... Honestly,
Nissan Rogue pulling up to.
me too. It's still a little weird, but like it's pretty easy to get around. Okay.
2nd of 2019, how many people were helping put stuff into the storage unit?
2 people, male and a female.
Did you recognize who?
Like it can heal, like with things like yo-yo and pickles, it can like get a little excessive on healing, but it's not that bad. Like I said, it's an easy workaround at the same time. If you're just not prepared for it, it can really get you.
Video
Your
32742.
loan shark. I want to test out my poison freeze scaling.
Those 2 people getting out of the vehicle
Yes.
and going into the
I
building.
just don't know if it's going to be good enough for us right now. Like
On this day,
knuckles are
did you
just not
see
strong enough.
These 2 individuals putting any items into
I'm not freezing it.
Unit
The
C?
weapons.
Yes.
I'm playing pig really badly.
32830.
Trying to do freeze pig with no freeze skill. Oy vey. Transform.
Were you able to determine what
Also,
that
having
item was?
bronze ATM is not good.
Tire.
Not what we want right now. Not that either.
Keep watching this. Do they take another item into the storage unit as well before we move into the interior view?
Like my kiln should be higher. I'm not picking right. Like I should be getting more properties. Passively scaling
From this
it up,
angle,
but here
were
we
you able
are.
to really tell what it was that they brought
You
in
know.
for that second item?
Not really from this angle.
Let's go then to the inside camera view, channel 11, video 32901.
Okay, let's refresh it. That's what workshop is about,
Is that
though.
the tire that we previously saw come out of the back of that Nissan Rogue?
Yes, that's the tire that Mr. Daybell is rolling down into the storage unit.
Also, solar band. Thanks. Thank you, Solar. Double, damn it. Maybe we do this. I think the scaling will be. That's the hope, at least it'll be better.
You see them both carrying in something, one at each end.
Yes.
Fuck it, I didn't mean to.
And those were the only two items they put in?
That's correct.
We can go back to channel 3 to 33116.
Can you find some healing stuff?
Is that them?
Oh, they're loading it up. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And then one of the driveways in there in channel 4,
Oh, hell yeah.
video 32605. Are we able to see the license plate like previously as it drove by that camera?
Yes.
So if we stop it earlier, is that the same Nissan Rogue with the same license plate we've been discussing?
That's correct.
Do you want to break now instead of the next day?
All right, let's take our afternoon recess, approximately 15 minutes. Please remember.
Good, I can go grab snack stuff. Something for chili crisps. Shiny yo-yo is nice, but I don't know why you don't have it in between slingshot and bang, but okay. Oh, because it needs like some kind of boost yo-yo itself. Okay, I respect it. Okay, we just
Anything we need to discuss before recess?
Nothing from the state.
Okay.
okay. Actually, I'm kind of cool with that. Yeah, especially with that. Or okay. Sometimes, yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Sometimes they're really, really fucking bad at it. Wording shit. It's really annoying. We do this fighting them or the wording is just like not good. Some of these items. And there's like ways that they work hidden, like hidden ways they work. A little annoying. Like, I don't know if they ever actually explained the difference between haste and charge. Maybe I missed it. Okay, what do we have in our... You know, we don't need Steam here for that. Yeah, I don't know with those. Are you talking about like magic carpet? Like what item are you specifically like that comes to mind, I guess? You submersible. Okay, hold on. Forgot how far down on core I was. Submerged. You have another vehicle, it cuts it down by 50%. So it cuts it to 3 seconds. If you have another large item. It's not the only time they've done stuff like that. Like Captain's Wheel is similar. Captain's Wheel used to be broken. Oh, it hasn't updated new wording? Okay. See, I don't play Vanessa ever, so like, that's the problem. Want more income. Oh yeah, it's just they changed the wording on it. That's all. The only thing I can see them making a difference about is if cooldown is changed. Cooldown has changed. Changes when you upgrade it. Sorry, I had to finish my thought. Second, it just wasn't pushing through. Oof. Oh yeah, that's why they changed it though. It's because if you would use, so if you use submersible and then you use like feathers and stuff to lower the cooldown, that 50% cooldown could shave it to even like low, as almost as low as a second. So it isn't taking off 3 seconds, it's just knocking it down to 3 seconds. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, you're right. It should be 2.9. You're right. The way it's worded, yep. Agree. That's a little annoying. Okay, I see what you're saying. Did you need to fix then? That would be annoying. I guess we'll just buy pickles. Small shield or get a shield item. Oh. We are grabbing that. So. Okay. Second grab. Okay, what was I saying? I don't. Okay. Didn't get a freeze. A little unfortunate. Oh, haste just makes the cooldown go faster. I think by 50% as long as you have item hasted. Charge just fills the cooldown timer. I knew the charge part. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was looking at that today. I was like, man, how's this all working? What's the difference? Comes to like magic carpet, and like the haste builds and stuff like that with dually versus like charge when you're using like tech. I think that was the reason I asked, is because of the tech build. You do a dually. I want upgraded weights. I thought about upgrading those, and I was like, nah, I'll probably grab one in a shop here soon, hopefully. Oh, there we go. Immediately after. Hmm. You find out. Damn. Yeah, that's that. What we got. Hmm. 9 seconds is so long, though. Okay. See here, can we get some good healing? Yes, we can. There we go. Until they're back, let's listen to some music. If my thing will work. I don't hate this.
I'ma get you how they do me in the 11 with the bat. You a ghost of Vanessa thinking that you gon' get some ass. Had you thinking it was her spot, I popped out hella fast. Now you getting fucking smacked up, I lay you down flat. Tricking you's a fucking breeze, suckers going out bad. Thinking that you tough stuff, but I've been really doing that. Like a water untouchable, going up it with the math. Yeah, it's been got to the point that I don't even fucking trap. I got me in my stepping, boys been like that. You motherfuckers taking subs, let me spit.
Well, I hate this.
Walking up a far rocking, they don't know how to act. I see them trying to make my shit, but they can't do it like that. I ran circle around that fucking side and then went away.
Well, it's not awful.
Now I'm hitting it again. And all these been one trying to fuck with me, they ass better pray. Cause I don't speak on shit that much, but boy, I got time today. Steady making dog shit, I get this bird out of the way. All of that buster top be blowing me like fuck out my face. Little bitch, I'm finna hit the arena till that I wanna play. And once I'm through with the plot, I'ma have you ruin the day. Get between me and my baggy, wish a motherfucker would. Cause I've been stopping y'all for ages, now I'm coming for blood. You loving this, I know, but I'ma need y'all off of my wood. Y'all be chatting like what's happening, boy, I'll turn you to soot.
I guess it's just gonna have to work for right now. We need to look for piggy banks. Here's the problem: is like Yo-Yo gets really slowed. Like, can do well. For a second, submersible. You know what? I love that for you. That actually sounds like it might be pretty good. Okay, what if we do this, I'll have to give up on my yo-yo dreams. I just don't think that that's gonna work. I don't really think I do have one thing to show. That's not worth. Yeah, I know. I needed. I'm just not doing well. So, I mean, I'm better with Dually. I just understand Dually a little bit better right now, which we'll play after this. My knuckles are doing all right. I'm just not doing that well. Yeah, so we might just switch. I'm just struggling with pig sometimes.
All right, please be seated when you get
Like getting my feet off the ground.
Jury is present. Please continue.
Thank you. So when we broke, we were looking at Exhibit 164.
Yeah,
the
by Julie.
videos that were obtained from the self-storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho. And we had completed watching the videos from October 2nd. So, Lieutenant, the same day that we have someone in Gilbert, Arizona, firing a rifle out of the back window of a Jeep without a spare tire, we see Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell putting a tire and what could be a bench seat into a storage unit that Lori Vallow rented.
That's correct.
So let's go to October 3rd then. We can start with channel 1, the 31049 video.
All right, that doesn't give me anything when I sell it to.
Is this the same Nissan Rogue we've seen repeatedly enter?
Yes.
And then we could go to channel 4, the 311.
Okay, let me grind up some weed.
Video.
Smoke some more. Ooh, okay, you know what? I'll wait a little bit then. You eat.
Stop at the
That sounds really good. You're making me want that, Nikki? And I'm gonna be grumpy at you about it.
Wrangler at 131120 is the same CRT number that we've talked about for the Nissan Rogue.
Yes.
If we go to channel 3, this is where we see again the Nissan, and we'll look at video 31105.
Okay, so you want to transform? I don't think we will, but it really is. It really is. It's like super easy to make. It's just real cozy.
Is that sort of
I agree with you 1,000%.
through there, pulling up to the building with the C-52 in it?
Correct.
We see 2 people again get out of the vehicle here.
It gives me time to Grind up weed then. While you eat.
If we can go to the hallway.
I gotta pull off chunks of
Channel 11,
of nug.
31149.
I'm gonna see if I have. Oh no, I'm doing Bang Bang Salmon tonight.
2 people coming in. Is that going to?
After all the court stuff today.
Yes, ma'am.
Once they're done with the
Do you
court, we'll
recognize
call it
who
a
those
night,
2 people
so I can go make dinner,
Yes.
hang out.
Who do you
I
recognize?
mean, if
those
people
2?
are around, not doing shit, maybe we'll watch a movie.
Ian and her brother, Alex Cox.
Don't know what.
So we're now on October 3rd at 1:12 p.m.
Correct.
I don't have shit going. I don't have shit going on. I gotta make dinner, and that's gonna take me like an hour, half an hour to an hour.
What does it appear that Alex Cox is carrying out?
Looks like a seat,
Like a bench seat.
bench seat that's kind of folded.
And you can see the 2 parts of that.
Correct.
I forgot that I had salmon upstairs that I need to go.
You can go to
I need to make Bang Bang sauce for.
3954.
Honestly, we'll buy that tech just in case. Give me a small non-weapon. Okay. Yeah. Whatever.
What do we see being taken out now?
That is a tire that he's carrying.
So the previous day, we'd seen Chad Daybell.
But were you there?
Here we see Alex
Someone
Cox
said
carrying
in
it.
Core TV chat or Law and Crime chat.
The previous day, we had seen Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell carrying in a object of similar size to a bench seat.
Correct.
And today we saw Alex Cox carrying that out.
By himself, correct.
We could go to then the outside to show a 31224 channel 3. And does this show sort of them, Alex Cox taking those items out and putting it into that Nissan Rogue?
We get grind. Or even. That it is sweet. Oh, hell yeah, tech item. Crazy here. I think I'm going to do this. We're here.
That's correct.
You know what? Fuck it. Okay. It really sucks. The car's at the top of the screen where the fucking timestamp is.
And then if we can show channel 1, 31310.
Ooh, this is a really. With a burn. It's plus. No. We had heals. We didn't. We weren't fast enough. small items. Not what we actually just what we with this. At tech. I just want the other laser pistol or Uzi. Please and thank you. Okay, but who is that? Oh. You're still lost.
We see her vehicle leaving about a little before 3:15.
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot tomorrow's update, patch day.
15, I guess I should say.
For the bazaar.
Which is 1:15 p.m.
Correct.
So if we saw in the first video we played for October 3rd, Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and the Nissan arrive at 1:11 p.m. and we see them leaving about 1:15 p.m. This whole thing was about 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the prior
We won't
day
use
is
it.
around 1:26 or so when we see Chad and Lori bring those items to the storage unit.
Let's go. About time. Yeah, that took a while, I'll admit.
Tire are in the storage
Goddamn.
unit for about 24 hours.
Okay, so we have to kind of decide what we're going to
Collected
do here
the
soon.
day after someone drives a Jeep, parks it in front of Brandon Boudreau's house without a tire on it, and fires a rifle at Brandon Boudreau.
That's correct.
As part of the investigation, we're local.
Okay. No, that's not terrible. Okay, I see where you're coming from on that.
To see if Alex Cox
Guess I didn't think about that.
Yes.
I lose track of my days. So, you know, it's just how it.
Are you familiar with the Unified Sportsman Club?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Rexburg, Idaho?
It is. It's just west of Rexburg, probably about 10 minutes west.
Is that a place where you
All
can
right.
practice shooting outdoors?
Yes, it's open to the public.
What'd you say?
I feel like that should have been faster, but you know,
Rifles outside.
I don't get things shipped a lot. Oh, this is a rough bill to go against.
Range.
Correct.
Okay. Were sign-in records?
Listen, yeah, I knew I was going to lose that.
Unified
Yes.
Sportsman Club
I was waiting for you to get done eating.
affidavit authenticating
Honestly, that's all I was waiting on.
records obtained.
Yes.
Runs to your item.
And in going through those records, did you initially see someone by the name of Alex Cox sign in on September 3rd of 2019 at the Unified
Yes.
Sportsman's Club?
Yes, I did.
Did he even provide his phone number?
He did.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Did you see sign-ins on
I'm glad. Thank you for checking.
September 27th and 28th that appeared familiar to you?
Yes, I did.
Were those sign-ins with just the initials CQUINT?
Yes.
Did you recognize that to be similar to Alex Cox's personalized plates?
Yes, it was just one letter off, so he was missing the initial P.
And I know later we'll talk about that, but was there searches that were found?
Oh, okay. Like I said, I don't ship things very often, and if I do, it's like Amazon shit.
Yes.
When the rare times I order stuff,
Exhibit 160.
that's what I say. Is like, I mean, I couldn't tell you if that's fast or not,
No objection.
169.
but I'm glad that I got there fast. Then, got to be a good feeling.
If I met Yelmo. Thank you.
Cheers.
So were these sort of copies of records that were provided from the Unified Sportsman Club in Rexburg, Idaho, of their sign-in roster?
Yes.
And do we see on September 3rd an Alex Cox at 2:50 p.m.?
Yes.
And the 480-351-9120, is that the phone number that has been associated with Alex Cox?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
like where's
his
my mentions?
cell phone number.
Correct.
Same with the records. On September 27th, did you?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, that sucks.
350.
I'm sure it's a little tattered. Maybe a little tiny bit. Oh, yeah. Okay, so damaged. Yep. Good. Damn, that sucks. That's kind of fucking annoying that they do something stupid like that. Seems like it's something
Notice that
stupid.
Same CQUINT at 3:10.
Yes.
There's the time. Kind of nice.
So just a few days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux,
Kinda
you
sick with
noted
it.
some sign-ins that appeared to be one
And a
letter
bot-
from Alex Cox's
That's weird.
license plate number
Okay.
Correct.
Yes, that's weird.
when he is
Phrase it that way,
searching
too.
for shooting ranges.
Yes, ma'am.
We have heard about a burner phone that was purchased at a Walmart store. Are you familiar with Walmart store in Idaho Falls?
Yes, it's on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls.
Is there a Walmart in Rexburg?
There is.
Is the Walmart in Idaho Falls a bigger?
No.
Okay. How far is Idaho Falls from Rexburg?
About 25 miles south.
That's a weird way to phrase it, though.
Now,
So.
as part of the investigation, did you become
That sucks. That'd be
familiar
annoying.
with,
That's cute,
phone
Dooley.
number that was used at the time of the shooting to call Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Started with a 304 area code.
Correct.
Were you familiar with those records being obtained and them indicating that that phone had been purchased at the Walmart at Idaho Falls, store number 3?
Ah, that's close.
Yes.
Okay, we just need a bit more scaling, I guess.
Did law enforcement or police obtain a copy of the receipt from September 25th of 2019 for that burner phone that was
Okay,
purchased
great
at
works.
Walmart store 5494?
Yes.
And that is the phone that was later documented to be used in Gilbert, Arizona
That's correct.
on October 2nd of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
The regen.
Shown the defendant exhibit 1.
This.
If I can admit it pursuant to
I hate when it fucking does that.
803 and 902.
Anybody else have that happen where it glitches around?
Any objection?
Freaks my eyes out.
Yeah, just a foundation.
That's the main reason I hate it. It just like bugs my eyes out. It reminds me of like when I'd have benzo seizures. Like small seizure, benzo seizures.
Got the business records affidavit from Walmart itself, correct?
Correct.
And then provided with that was a receipt for the phone that we've been discussing.
Yes.
Now, do each phone have, I guess, were you provided with IMEI numbers and MEID numbers that are sort of like a VIN number for a phone?
That's correct.
And is that how it was determined that this phone with the 304 area code was purchased at Walmart?
Yes.
I don't know if
So
that's the
once you
right
learned
choice,
that, you
but
were able to then obtain a receipt to show the purchase itself.
That's right.
Does it show this was purchased at 9/25 of 2019?
Yes, it does.
1917, what is that normal people time?
1910 is 710.
7:10. And then was this cash?
Yes.
So it couldn't be traced to someone who bought it.
Correct.
Yeah, that's intentional.
And then we see the store
Damn,
number here,
okay.
correct?
Yes.
Power drill build. Okay. I was wondering if that was going to be a viable build still. That just gives me an upgraded one. Okay. Whatever. For me, I guess. Oh, oh, shit.
180 has previously
Alright.
been admitted.
Okay.
These are the track phone records for the 304-960-5998 number. I'm going to go through a few of these with you. So in Exhibit 190, we see that this phone was from the
Huh? I'm so confused. What happened?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back.
Best way to do this. So Exhibit 180, we have a serial number as well there that's listed, correct?
Correct.
And do we see this same 352-069-108-185-769 number here?
We would always grab Diana's sword.
The phone that was activated.
Yes.
So this receipt then relates to the track phone records.
Correct.
And in fact, in Exhibit 180, do we see that same Walmart superstore that we've been talking about that you told us about on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And again, the
Happens.
same store number, 5494,
Correct.
same date and time,
Yes.
Go ahead, scales
and
too.
the same account number that we have seen both on the receipt as well
So
as
that's kind of what's important. That tells us what the burn gets to.
Yes.
It didn't help. That's the frustrating part is when that happens. I don't understand.
So when law enforcement was learning of this phone that was in
Like, what do I have wrong?
Gilbert at the time of the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you were able to determine
What am
that
I
it was
doing
purchased
wrong?
in Idaho Falls on September 25th of 2019.
Correct.
All right, just give me a mosquito. I gotta make up some kind of XP. I'm behind. They do, I would imagine, to some degree. There's always one that's in there that's like supposed to be kind of more difficult. Usually, especially if you got that big like XP gap.
Heard earlier in this courtroom that Melanie
Huh.
up
Interesting.
to Idaho
I've never seen that happen.
26th.
Not yet, at
Was
least.
a search warrant written and executed to obtain flight records from Allegiant Air?
Yes, they were.
And did Allegiant Air provide records to show that Melanie Boudreaux flew
This sucks to go against.
Airport to Idaho Falls on September 26th of 2019?
Yes.
Like, how is that so quick?
Did those records
Why is
show
mine not that
Melanie Boudreaux
quick?
flew from Idaho Falls, Idaho, back to Mesa on Sunday, September 29th of 2019?
Yes, they did.
I guess I could add more haste, but what? Right on that. If my core was upgraded, it'd probably
From
be doing slightly better.
Allegiant Air obtained, authenticating those and indicating they are kept in the normal course of their business.
Yes, there was.
Alright, so
Move to admit these pursuant to 803 and 902.
using tech is not going to work for us.
171.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
The exhibit's admitted.
So again, we have the affidavit. Do we see here record showing that
Okay, I guess we do have to do this for a second.
from Mesa Gateway Airport on September 26th to Idaho Falls,
Yes.
and then the return flight back to Mesa Gateway Airport from Idaho Falls on September 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And you told us Idaho Falls, is that the closest major airport to Rexburg?
That's correct.
We had heard Rexburg has a small airport. Does it have commercial flights there?
No. No commercial flights flying to Rexburg.
So
That doesn't surprise me.
flights would be Idaho Falls.
Oh, come on.
As this investigation continued, was a search warrant written on December 30th of 2019 to obtain the Google Gmail records.
I think that having haste would be better.
Cell phone, the 480-351-9120.
I probably could have taken on.
And was it learned that he had an email address
But-
of homerjmaximus@gmail.com?
Correct.
Had you seen that Gmail account when you executed the search warrant back on November 26th?
Yes, so there's a device found in apartment 175 in the garage amongst Alex's personal belongings that still was signed in under the Homer J. Maximus
I don't know what else to do.
Gmail account. So we were able to confirm that that was in fact one of Alex's Gmail accounts.
And were those homerjmaximus@gmail.com records that contained GPS and Wi-Fi mapping information provided to the FBI CAST analyst Nick Balance?
Yes.
And did those records contain data and
XP.
information, both Wi-Fi, GPS, as well as searches, maps, and other activities for the time range around the shooting on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
I think the other one would have made me lose crit after a certain point, I think. Oh well. That's why we're just doing normal play.
Now, when you were looking at these, let me ask you this, did you go through these Google or Gmail records for Homer J. Maximus?
Yes, I was tasked with going through each of the records associated with Homer J. Maximus.
When you obtained those records from Google, did they have an affidavit authenticating them?
They did.
Did you look at those records to see if there were things in there that seemed to be relevant to this investigation for the October 2nd, 2019 shooting?
Yes, I did.
Did they contain things such as searches for places to shoot near Rexburg?
Yes.
Did it contain searches for things like window tint shops?
Yes, it did.
Did it contain searches for things like how to load your own ammunition?
Yes.
best projectiles for long range?
Yes.
Did it have searches for ballistic
Nice.
and ballistic trajectory calculators?
Yes.
Okay, so they were like,
For Nanshot and Gilbert.
Yes.
ah, Jesus. They were so bad with this. Like, they're so bad at this.
Was there maps and searches?
I don't know how to describe it, you know?
Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona.
Yes, there were.
When you looked at the timing of those searches and the maps, was there searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona, both on October 1st in the evening as well as in the morning of October 2nd prior to the shooting?
Yes, there were.
After the time of the shooting at 9:13 or 9:14 a.m. Gilbert time, Arizona time, were there searches for cities and locations in both Arizona as well as Utah and Idaho?
Yes.
Did those searches appear to be a route back to Idaho Falls?
Yes, it appeared they were going north.
Was the last search, in fact, Idaho Falls?
Correct.
Based upon
I'm not finding a lot
Homer J. Maximus
that I want or slash need.
documents
Guess more regen.
appear to be related to Alex Cox.
Yes, they did.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 174 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I got a buddy playing Dune Awakening. That's kind of funny. Make it through.
As part of the documentation that was provided by Google and their authentication, did they provide subscriber information?
Yes, they did.
So we have a subscriber of Alex Cox for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
Correct.
Give me a bunch of red. Oh, thank you. That's what I needed.
Start with the
The
Chrome
more the better.
for the Homer J. Maximus. Do we see on September 27th a Chrome view for minute of angle?
Yes.
I'm not selling stuff for it.
On September 28th,
Give me big ego, please. Pretty, please.
and calculators.
Yes.
The end, we see a ballistic trajectory calculator from September 28th.
Correct.
Now, just so we're clear.
I hit him with a crit burn.
3:35 a.m.
Jumped it up to 200.
UTC. Does that reflect Idaho time, UTC?
No,
Or is that
if the search was done in Idaho, it would reflect Idaho time. UTC is a Universal Time Coordinated, is what it stands for. And depending on where you are at, it's either like Idaho is -6 and Arizona would be -7 hours UTC.
But
So if we're looking at something here that shows a search for a ballistic trajectory calculator on September 28th at 3:35 a.m., would we have to go back, subtract 6 hours to determine what time it would have been in Idaho?
That's correct.
So I'm going to use my fingers because I don't know how else to do it. So it'd be 2, 1, 12:30, 11:30, 10:30, 9:30 p.m. on September 27th?
Correct.
Okay.
fuck it.
Do we have a
Double
shooter's
burners.
calculator, ballistic trajectory calculator search on
Call
September
me Elon Musk. I got the double burners.
shown as 5:34 p.m.
Coming for the op.
UTC?
Yes.
So that would be the morning hours or before noon on September 28th, Idaho time.
Correct.
We can get off in time, please.
Is there on September
Survive now,
30th,
please.
a
Fuck.
search? And again, so we show 10:10 p.m. So if we minus
At 400 burn.
afternoon for Phoenix weather.
Correct.
That was fun to fuck around with.
Let's look at the searches next, associated with
Yeah.
time period.
Yeah, I've gone against ghosts. I'm like, huh? How are they doing this? Game crashed.
You had talked
It is what it is. They're patching it tomorrow.
this email associated with Alex Cox that is subscribed to Alex Cox, searched for places to shoot near Rexburg on the 23rd of September.
Correct.
And we see
Ghost gets more
multiple
crits and gets
places
them more
to shoot
often than we
searches.
do. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, railgun build with dually is really broken now.
In fact, are there?
Probably the one way I've gotten a 10
Do
win.
we see even outdoor places to shoot near Rexburg? Shooting Rexburg? Multiple searches of that variation.
You guys can see my game fucking up.
Multiple searches and sites that are also visited.
So, and we can see searched for and visited.
Correct.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I've been kind of mind blown by that sometimes too.
Do we see on September 23rd?
I hope that someday they'll balance out the ghosts. Someday.
Yes.
And then we see a auto tint near me. Search as well.
Correct.
The 23rd of September, did you later learn that that is the day that Alex Cox reached out to Dan Moss's auto tint?
Yes.
In Rexburg, Idaho.
Correct.
Some of the other searches that you saw in this Homer J. Maximus Gmail.
I might need to smoke
associated to
more.
Alex Cox. Things search for YouTube on how to load your own ammunition, as well as viewing a video on how to load your own ammunition.
You guys care about Gearnola.
As we move on to, although it says September 25th in Idaho time, would that be on the 24th actually?
Correct.
We see a search or a visited site for best projectile for long range with 300 Win Mag. And then a visited site regarding the 300 Winchester Magnum load data.
Yes.
And September 25th is 7 days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
Do we then see different searches on a 5.56 millimeter at 500 yards? 5.5.
That's such a crazy.
On the 28th, or again.
It's just crazy to think that like the shooter, which is supposedly Alex, allegedly, like did ballistics calculator shit. Like there's like searches to show it. It's so silly to me, man.
Ballistic trajectory calculator. And again, would that have been September 27th?
It's so goddamn silly.
And so this is one of the days where you saw the sign-in at the Sportsman.
I saw the sign.
Club.
Opened up my eyes, I saw the sign.
In an outdoor range where you could fire a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
5% crit, I guess.
We show
Sure.
October 3rd of 2019. Man shot in Gilbert, Arizona. Now, since this is 2:46 a.m. Universal Time, if we put this to
Here, give me my quick
Idaho time, we would have to go
roll
back
around.
6 hours.
Turn around. Quick turnaround's always nice.
1:46, 12:46, 11:46, 10, 9, 8:46 p.m. Idaho time.
Yes.
And if it was Arizona, you said it was -7?
Yes, ma'am.
So 7:46 Arizona time, PM on October 2nd,
That's correct.
the day of the shooting.
Right.
Oh yeah, I got a really cute bag
couple different
yesterday. I
searches for
forgot about that.
Around that same time period.
I'll have to show you before I end
Within a couple
stream.
minutes of each other.
Yes.
It's a little ghost.
And in
Like,
fact, is one of the last searches
crossbody bag.
that we included in here, a news on Brandon Boudreaux.
I heard one for me and one for Bump.
Yes.
She thought it was so cute.
Again, although it says October 3rd at 2:53 a.m. Universal time.
I think I get a fanny pack tomorrow.
Idaho or Arizona time.
A
7
fanny
or 8
pack
p.m.
tomorrow.
Or almost 8 or 9 p.m. at that time on October 2nd.
That's correct.
That the
Hey, friend shop.
Google account, Homer J. Maximus, that has been subscribed to Alexander Cox, associated to him, and that you saw on a device, is searching for shootings in the East Valley in Gilbert and Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
And lastly, as part of the Google records that were provided in reference to Alex Cox's phone number, that 480-351-9120, that is associated to the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, were there maps that were part of the records sent to you by Google.
Yes.
And so do we see on September 25th a search for Dan's...
Actually, not a bad way to get set up here.
Correct.
And in your investigation, did you learn that on September 25th, a Jeep Wrangler 2018...
I'll take an amber.
LWD 0997 was taken to...
Kind of dope.
Dan's window tinting?
Yes, I did.
And the phone number...
Hey, thank you.
appointment was Alex Cox's phone number, 480-351-9120?
That's correct.
You didn't necessarily miss a cheers. It's all good. It's all... Okay, well, I'll do another one. By all means.
Was there a map with directions in the Google records for Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite 215 in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 p.m. What would that be Arizona time?
So it would be -7 hours, which would be 1:58 p.m.
So at 1:58 p.m., Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road.
I forgot about that fucking name, dude.
Time and date of October 1st.
Los Favoritos.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know why. I just it's such a funny name.
That's correct.
Yeah, a little bit. I gotta figure out how I want to go about this thing.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
So although this says October 2nd.
Oh, this is why, because I was looking to see if I should buy something. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Universal time.
Word space in our core so we can get this all figured out.
That would be October 1st at 5:52.
Okay.
Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52. Yes, 7:52.
All right. So 7:52 p.m. on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreau's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
Now, we see here those were 4:32 a.m. on October 2nd, and then we still are on October 2nd Universal Time, but now we're at 2
Okay, sorry. Cheers.
p.m. I'm going to use the fingers, but if we go backwards 7 hours, right? So we have 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8.
Sorry, I was
7,
babysitting in the smoke circle. My bad.
17 a.m. on October 2nd,
Correct.
Arizona time.
Yes.
So 7:17 a.m., October 2nd, is a couple hours before the shooting.
Correct.
That again, Alex Cox's Gmail account associated and subscribed to him is searching for Brandon Boudreau's address.
Yes.
And does the next page show he's searching for directions to his address?
Correct.
Now, the shooting we've heard is about 9:14
Hours.
After the shooting, was there searches for locations in Arizona, beginning to go all the way up to Idaho Falls?
Yes, there were.
So again, now we see October 2nd at 4:55 p.m. We go backwards.
The expansions will give you like access to the card packs when they are available to some degree before season end. If you end up unlocking the card packs while you're playing the prize pass, like technically you want to kind of play the prize pass for the cosmetics, like the mats and stuff. And the character skins, but like the card packs you get them at the end of the season anyway. You get to use them and see how they work out before they like everybody has access to them.
28
Yeah,
Universal
it's a
time,
way.
-7. We're looking at 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
That's correct.
Like they can be worth it. They can be fun. Like I'm trying to get the dually one.
Google Maps, right?
That's why I'm playing so much right now is I'm trying to get the level 15 one. This is a dually pack, so I can try that out before the next season.
And then we see directions to Holbrook.
Because I play a lot of dually right now.
As we continue going through his records, do you see a search for probably a typo, Moa, and then later we see Moab, Utah?
Yes.
And so now we're looking at October 2nd, 10:22. So Arizona time, we're looking at 3:22 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Or -6, we'd be looking at 4:22 Idaho time.
Correct.
Hey, actually.
Now, Universal time, we're still looking now at October 3rd. We're looking at a search for Fillmore, Utah. Is Utah below Idaho?
It is.
I don't have any freeze or anything right now.
Directions to Fillmore, Utah.
Yes.
And then we can see it was viewed in Google Maps. And was the final search that is included in these records or this exhibit to Idaho Falls Airport, what we show as October 3rd, 5:55.
Wob rocker. Wob rocker.
That would be October 2nd, Idaho time.
Correct.
When we were looking at these searches, the timing for the search for the shooting in Gilbert or the shooting for Brandon.
Okay, so
Boudreaux,
we should be
would that have
doing a
been
tie.
while this phone and this vehicle and Alex Cox were still driving from Arizona back to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
This game's. I don't know if I can use that as well with this build. Currently.
Showing defendant exhibit 175. I can have my paralegal approach.
All right. Curio gave us a little bit. I am not.
That shows the searches we just went through that occurred the morning of October 2nd, starting with Brandon Boudreaux's address at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona,
Yes.
and then going to the Arizona Farm Road location,
Correct.
the Pine Top search.
There we go, Alexa. Fuck it. I guess.
I don't see the Pine Top.
Holbrook,
Holbrook, I do.
Moab,
Yes, ma'am.
Fillmore,
Yes.
Idaho Falls.
We're all good.
And do they reflect the times on the Google records and the UTC?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibit 175.
Any objection?
No objection.
175 is admitted.
So for those of us that may have failed geography, are we able to see Arizona? I'm going to take this out of this shiny package, maybe.
This works. Gumballs work for me.
So this is Arizona here with the search for the Phelps Road and the time, again, that's under the UTC.
Correct.
And then the searches from there for the Arizona Farms Road that we discussed and saw,
Yes.
the Holbrook,
Yes.
Moab.
Here we go. I knew it was worth selling some stuff to get
Yes, ma'am.
around that way.
Does that show a path back towards Idaho Falls and Rexburg area, consistent with when we later see Alex Cox with Lori Vallow at that storage unit?
Yes, it does.
We heard that you, about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, also on December 30th, the same time that that search warrant was sent to Google for any Gmail or Google accounts associated to Alex Cox's phone number.
That's an interesting
That
gold
search warrant also
small item.
requests any Google Gmail records relating to Lori Vallow's cell phone number, 480-962-9562.
Yes, it did.
And did Google provide records for the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records?
Yes, it did.
Oh, I see what the issue can be. Okay, well, hope we can. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, this is not good. This needs an adjacent.
First. This is exhibit 172.
Because this is the one that takes haste.
The overall records. That
Yeah, I think I need that in there,
from
especially for more burn. Just don't see why I wouldn't. That's cool. Early, but that's also wild. Oh,
The state will move
what if I do this?
Exhibit 172 and 173 pursuant to
16 for it.
as the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever accounts.
Any objection?
Just Foundation and Crawford issue, Your Honor.
All right. They're admitted.
And you told us for the Homer J. Maximus that you had provided that to the past agent and that you have reviewed all those.
I don't know if that's our smartest play,
Homer
but
J. Maximus, right?
Correct.
When you obtained the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records, did you review all
never
those
mind.
as well?
We're good.
Reviewed most of them, yes.
Did those contain, let me start. So we said that those were
I
tied
think we'll
to
be okay now.
Lolly's cell phone number of 480-962-9562.
Correct.
And did those contain information such as searches looking for units at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they did.
And other searches to identify the person, Lori Vallow, as searching for areas within Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the time that she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And searches for a place to live at the time when she moved to Rexburg and moved into that 565 Pioneer Road?
Correct.
Did it also contain on September 30th of 2019 a search for how to get the back seat out of my Jeep?
Yes, it did.
That's not a great one to search.
On October 2nd of 2019,
Girl.
Gilbert News.
Yes.
Girl. Come on now. What are we doing?
Some of the searches that were part of those Gmail records that were provided to you by Google as a result of that search warrant.
That's correct.
Can we? Oh, I was gonna say, can we outbeat their haste? Nope. For their scaling, I guess. Nope. All right, Chase Johnson. What you got?
Like the Homer J. Maximus, did Google provide an affidavit authenticating those records as well?
Yes, they did.
And did they also provide a subscriber
Interesting,
information
okay.
showing this as subscribed to Lolly Vallow?
Yes.
State will move to admit 191 pursuant to 803 and 92.
Any objection?
Just the same foundational objection to
It's admitted.
the search.
Can you get more fucking SATCOM back?
So again, we have the authentication record pursuant to the search warrant that you've discussed, correct?
Correct.
You are provided with subscriber information for Lolly Vallow at lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Lori Vallow had provided this email address to her brother Alex Cox previously?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you saw in this lollytimeforever@gmail.com address that was tied to both Lori Vallow's cell
All
phone
right,
number
well,
and provided by her.
that's a little unfortunate, but this is better.
Did those start as far back as August 15th in terms of showing the relevance to moving to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
You learned, and we've heard of the fact that she resided at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho.
We could take Amber again.
And did she do several searches in the weeks leading up to, or in these weeks in August, for apartments in that complex?
Yes, she did.
So even on the 27th of August, we're seeing a search again for 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, or Pioneer in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
Did you see
core,
searches for
please.
and visits
Give me gold
to
core.
UPS
Thank
or
you.
United States Postal Service change of address?
Yes.
Was that consistent with your understanding of when Ms. Vallow moved into the residence based upon the documentation that we previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
Again, we see searches for that 565 Pioneer
Let's
Rexburg,
say
Idaho.
crit. We already freeze. We'll just crit for now. I feel
There are
better
other
about
searches
crit.
in the area again, showing that she is looking for searching and visiting places in Rexburg, Idaho. Here we see Walgreens.
Correct.
Interesting.
You'd talk to us about Idaho Falls. Is that one of the places where you can go
Okay, all right.
near Rexburg to see movies?
That's a tough one to go against. Okay, so this freeze.
Now, you told us that you are the person who...
How did you get this at day 6?
Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
That's correct.
On September 30th at 11:14 p.m.
Grant, I got like a gold fucking flamethrower, so
Did this Gmail account...
pushing could go to me as well.
...is tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number and that she gave to her brother, search how to get the backseat...
Man, I really want that,
Yes, you did.
but I don't.
So if
Mostly
we're
for the
talking
freeze, but I don't want
Idaho
a big thing.
And we go back 6. Where are we at for that for time?
So it'd be 5:14
PM.
p.m.
So September 30th, we're talking just a couple days now before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Guess we'll hold on to that.
And do we see, in fact, they visited, or she visited this site, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal how to DIY YouTube video.
Yes.
And that is basically a few seconds after this first search.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so confused by that search.
When we were watching those videos from the storage unit, did you see something being brought into the storage unit by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell on October 2nd that appeared to look like a rear seat?
Yes, I did.
And on October 3rd, when we were viewing those videos from the self-storage unit, did you see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox removing something that appeared to be a rear seat from the storage unit?
Yes.
On October
Ooh,
3rd
okay.
at 2:13 a.m.
Not what we
UTC
wanted,
time,
but it's something we'll take.
do you see a search for Gilbert News?
Yes, I do.
So since this is 2:13 a.m.,
I don't know what I'm looking for.
is this actually on October 2nd? And if we go back 8:13 p.m.?
Correct.
So 8:13 p.m. on October 2nd.
We can't afford it. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for here, you know?
Lori Vallow is searching for, or Lori Vallow's Gmail account is searching for Gilbert, Arizona News and Gilbert, Arizona News breaking news local headlines.
Correct. She was searching for Gilbert News and visited the site as well.
Okay.
More-
So search
more
for
weapon
it
crit,
and
okay.
Visited it just a few seconds later.
Yes.
And gumballs, okay. I'll take
Then
more crit.
When we were viewing the videos
Sure.
of that storage unit, this is 8 p.m.-ish on the 2nd. The next day at
20 crit,
15
46
when we see
starting
Lori Vallow and
damage,
Alex Cox
46 starting burn.
that back seat and the tire out of the storage unit
Interesting, okay.
and
Cool.
putting that into her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
I mean, fuck it, we'll give it a shot, you know?
Just for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
That's great. You can, like, do a lot of damage every 9 seconds, but that's too long.
Sir, you can step down. Break for the day. All right, given that it's
Oh.
a little bit after 4:15, we'll recess for the evening. Let me just check.
Okay. Court's done earlier than planned.
Let me double check that. You can step down, sir, if you want.
Okay.
Plan on starting at 10:15 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition.
So about the same time as they started yesterday. About a half hour earlier. Okay. Cool.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present.
You want to give me a good golden amber?
I'm looking at your
Jellyfish, not what I needed.
trial statement. I'm assuming from the context of some of the questions that have been asked of witnesses that you're still calling Nicholas Balance.
Correct. He will be the state's last witness, Your Honor, tomorrow.
Is that the final witness tomorrow morning?
Okay, interesting.
Defense, if you're calling witnesses, they would need to be here tomorrow, probably right after lunch.
We'll transform this. Fuck it.
When in the state
No.
Defense is calling witnesses or putting on a
Well,
case to settle.
actually.
Please review those final jury instructions tonight.
Judge, would we, if the defense doesn't call witnesses, would
We're gonna keep the haste in here.
That would be my intent. All right. Anything else from the state?
No.
Okay, I'm going potty. I gotta go really bad. How many wins do I have so far?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see everyone tomorrow. We'll try to get started at 10:15 a.m. Again, thank you.
Now for music, we're gonna end the YouTube stream, so I would cut out probably on Twitch for just a